evening, everyone, and welcome to the special business meeting for Tuesday, January 8th. Awesome following people to look at, Squamish and William. Welcome to the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. Motion to adopt the agenda, moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Motion carries. We have two timed items. These are development permits and variances. First up is development permit number 48.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessie Fletcher, planner with the Community Planning and Infrastructure Department. Presenting to you tonight development permit application number 484, located at 38931 Queensway. This application was received under the previous official community plan, so it is reviewed against the development permit area guidelines from our previous OCP. Development permit area guidelines establish objectives for the form and character of industrial development, citing the form, exterior design, and finish of buildings and other structures, and landscaping. The Local Government Act permits variances to the zoning bylaw to be processed with the development permit. Council has discretion on variances, but if one variance is not supported and it affects the layout or form and character of the DP application as a whole, could not be approved. The application has two variances. The subject site is located in the southern portion of the Sea to Sky Business Park and is subject to development permit area 6. DPA 6 is established to regulate the form and character of development in the Sea to Sky Business Park. The property is located on the west side of Queensway, just south of the intersection with Industrial Way. The property is zoned light industrial, I-1, and is surrounded by adjacent properties that to the north, west, and south that are also zoned light industrial. The properties to the east across Queensway are also zoned I-1. The properties to the north are vacant. The property to the west is a sawmill. The property to the south is a multi-tenanted building with an auto repair shop, brewery, and bottle return, among other users. And the property to the east is a tire store. The DP application seeks to allow for the construction of a two-story light industrial building. The building would offer up to 5 separate light industrial uses and a caretaker suite. The proposed uses include warehousing, while Unit 4 is proposed as a restaurant, and Unit 1 is the proposed future home of a fitness studio. The building was strategically placed at the front of the site to enhance the streetscape. Parking requirements for all proposed uses have been met on the site with 38 parking stalls. This is significantly higher than the 25 that the zoning bylaw requires based on the use of industrial. 2 loading bay stalls are provided as required in the zoning bylaw. Following review by a traffic consultant, the applicant has designated 3 spaces as 15-minute spaces to help mitigate potential turning conflict for larger vehicles. Those are highlighted above. The siding is primarily a liquor bond in vintage rusted metal, accented by large cascading curtain windows, systems, and black metal canopies. The black metal canopies wrap around 3 sides of the building, providing some pedestrian protection from the elements. Based on ADP and staff feedback, the applicant has added 2 overhead loading doors accessible from the parking lot and 4 double doors to the Queensway frontage to facilitate pedestrian access. These are 2 renderings that illustrate the interface of the building with the surrounding properties. There's an accessory garbage facility that is compliant with the district's wildlife-resistant enclosure criteria in the Wildlife Attractant Bylaw. Frontage landscaping prioritizes pedestrian access to the site with both a ramp and 2 staircases. Frontage landscaping also provides bicycle parking. Site architectural and landscape plans are provided in Schedules A through E in your report package this evening. A detailed review of the compliance to development permit area guidelines can be found in Appendix A of this report. The project compliance with DPA guidelines. Above shows the landscape plan. Some highlights include the landscape plan is populated with native species that are not bear attractants. A rain garden is featured in the parking lot to aid with stormwater management. The snow storage area in the rear is planted with hardy shrubs such as Vigo pines and yellow twig dogwood, which will provide greenery but will also permit for snow to be stored in this area during weather events. Alum block is proposed for the retaining wall with dense planting along it to screen it from the sidewalk. Development permit 484 was presented to the District of Squamish Advisory Design Panel on October 18th and again on November 15th, 2018. Advisory Design Panel reviewed the middle drawing on the slide above on October 18th and gave the project a C, which requires that the applicant address comments made by the panel and return. The applicant made a series of changes and returned to the panel on November 15th, 2018, where the panel gave the project a B, endorsing the project but asking the applicant to resolve some additional comments with staff. A full breakdown of revisions made by the applicant is included in Appendix A of your report this evening. Some of the significant changes made by the applicant in response to panel comments include changed exterior cladding from Portland steel to aluka bond, increased width of the pedestrian walkway in the frontage, additional stairs to the frontage, including a wider set of stairs and an accessibility ramp with a slope of 5%. Additional bicycle parking was provided throughout the site. The guardrail was revised to comply with forthcoming BC building code changes, and overhead doors for loading were provided from the parking lot. ADP meeting minutes can be found in the attachments of your report package this evening. The images on the slide show the evolution of the building facade from the initial application to the final product in front of council this evening. Advisory Design Panel requested that the applicant complete a train radius study for loading trucks to prove out the driveway. That's the image on the slide above. The applicant completed the above using a 30-foot truck. As previously noted, to mitigate potential conflicts in the parking lot, the applicant is designating 3 spaces as 15-minute only spaces. No traffic impact study has been completed to date, and none has been requested by the engineering department. The driveway is located in the most desirable location based on distance from the intersection. Staff note that the intersection of Queensway and Industrial Way is being monitored, and as part of a recently completed DP, a design for a traffic circle at that intersection is underway. The district will be collecting funds for this traffic circle as development occurs in the area. In the interim, there is a possibility to implement a 3-way stop at this location if and when it is determined as necessary. A traffic impact assessment may be done at servicing agreement if the district engineer determines that it is necessary. In light of the requested variances, the applicant has agreed to provide frontage improvements above and beyond what the servicing agreement would require. This includes 16 meters of sidewalk off-site and a bus shelter along their frontage. They have also agreed to locate 3 Class B bicycle racks in their frontage. The location of the bus shelter will be determined during the servicing agreement, as will the species and placement of street trees. The final design of the traffic circle will help inform the engineering department to the ideal placement of the shelter and to the street trees, as will a review of the sight lines. The first variance requested is to the front setback, reducing it from 6.1 meters to 4.1 meters. That's from 20 feet to 13.45 feet. Staff and advisory design panel recommended that the building be activated from the street to accommodate pedestrian access to the front face of the building. This includes a wider awning and multiple sets of stairs which project into the setback more than what is permitted by the zoning bylaw. A variance to the setback to accommodate these elements was a more efficient variance than varying each one of these elements. The variance does not permit the building to move forward. Staff note that the zoning bylaws section on projections into setbacks deals primarily with residential development. This reduces opportunities for desirable pedestrian-oriented amenities in developments. Staff have noted this, and it will be reviewed as part of the 2019 zoning bylaw update. Without the variance, the walkway could remain, but no stairs would be permitted and the awning size would be reduced to 0.176 meters, which is 2.5 feet, which provides inadequate protection for pedestrians from the elements. The second variance is to the height of the building, increasing it from 10.68 meters, that's 35 feet, to 11.89 meters, or 39 feet. This would only apply to the northern half of the building. The height variance was requested after advisory design panel recommend that the second floor ceiling height be increased from 9 feet to improve the functionality of the employment space. The applicant increased the upper floor ceiling height by 2.6 feet, as well as the main floor ceiling height by 1.3 feet. ADP were supportive of this change. Previous council had directed staff to explore increasing the maximum height in the industrial zones, something that is being contemplated as part of the 2019 zoning bylaw update. The project was posted to the district's development showcase, and a development application sign was posted on the site. Variance notices were mailed out and hand-delivered to neighbors within 100 meters of the subject parcel. 2 comments have been received. The first comment indicated that the speaker would be speaking tonight, and the other comment raised concerns regarding view impacts, dust and noise impacts during construction, opportunities for pedestrian improvement at the intersection with Queensway. Staff clarified that a view impact study was not requested from the applicant. Typically, view impact studies are not requested within the business park. Dust control during construction is regulated through the building permit process, and noise is regulated by way of the noise bylaw. And the intersection is being reviewed as part of the surfacing agreement for a previously approved DP. Staff recommend that council approve development permit 484, subject to the provision of landscape bonding, the registration of a flood covenant, and the registration of a covenant that requires a proposed development to provide additional sidewalk and a bus shelter. And that development permit 484 include variances to section 33.6 and 33.3 of the zoning bylaw.
Thank you. Before I read my little statement and go to the public, can we just verify for council with the 2 variances for this DP, if they change, if council wants to change one of them, do they have to reject the whole DP or send the DP back to staff? So which ones impact that?
For you, Mayor, the height variance would certainly impact the form and character of the building, because the building is taller now. And the pedestrian access on the front of the building would also affect the layout. So both variances would impact the form and character of the DP.
The council, is that clear? So if you don't approve those variances, an option is to put a motion on the floor to send it back to staff, or we can put the motion on the floor as is and vote on it. Council can vote whichever way it wants. I just want to be clear. So this is development permit number 484. The proponent and members of the public will be given the opportunity to be heard or to present written submissions respecting the following recommended variance to the District of Squamish zoning bylaw. Variance to section 33, light industrial subsection 33.6, minimum front setbacks, principal buildings from 6.1 to 4.1 meters. And variance to section 33, light industrial I1, subsection 33.3, maximum height for principal buildings from 10.68 meters to 11.89 meters. After I've confirmed that it is your turn to speak, please approach the podium and commence your remarks by clearly stating your name and address. Please note that the speakers will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address council. If you are not finished your comments in those 5 minutes, I will ask you to step back, let someone else speak, and then you can always come up to the microphone again if you need to finish your comment. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this development permit and variances? Come forward to the microphone, state your name and your address.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Noel Cohen. I own 6 industrial properties just to the south of this proposed development, which is a strata mall, as previously mentioned. Most of my questions I brought here have actually already been answered in the presentation and by Jesse Fletcher. Thank you very much. So the bus stop is, yes, it's going to be covered, and the crosswalk, I guess we're going to get a traffic circle down the road there, so, but definitely it's a bit of a thrill walking across Queensway at sometimes, and there's no crosswalk anywhere nearby, so that definitely has to be addressed fairly soon. My biggest concern was about groundwater displacement for our building. I'm also the strata president for Queensway Center, and Jesse and the documents here leave me confident that's going to be taken care of. And I'd like to say thank you to the developer for extending the sidewalk in front of our property to the first driveway south. And I think this is a good development for our neighborhood, and it's going to bring value to our neighborhood, and I support the variances that has been recommended and the developers doing to the building. So thanks very much.
Thanks for coming. Anyone else that'd like to speak to the variances?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak. My name is Jeff Oldenberger, and I am the owner-operator of A-Frame Brewing Company in Queensway Centre, just south of this development. Fundamentally, we agree with the development, and we believe that it's going to have a long-term positive impact on our neighbourhood and the light industrial area. With us being a different business in light industrial, we do have a couple concerns with the variances, and those are how our sight lines are affected with the building being higher than normal and being and the setback variance as well. Since sending my email through today, I have learned more information on the development proposal from Jesse Fletcher, so that was great. So the concerns are lessened or not quite as serious, but still there. And part of it is because we have a patio in this light industrial area, which generally we're not seeing. And so maybe these haven't been things that have had to be considered and how it would impact a business that relies a lot on that patio through 6 months of the year to generate our income and to be able to employ our staff and so on and so forth. So these variances do cause concern for us with us having a patio, which isn't common. Which then brings us into our second concern, which is the relation of the construction to the patio, the noise, the dust, and so on and so forth. I sat there today in the snow imagining myself enjoying a beer and a taco from our food truck on our patio and thinking, what would this be like in the middle of summer with dust flying and so on and so forth. And so what has been considered to potentially mitigate those factors for us. And then the third thing which I've learned today is well underway is the safety of the pedestrian crossing from industrial to the bus stop. The sidewalk which is being added to in front of our building, which is awesome, and we thank for that. And those are our concerns from our point of view. So thank you very much, and thank you.
Anyone else that would like to speak to the variances? Come forward, please.
Hello, I'm
Your name and address.
Yes, I'm Nadia Nuri from M+ Architecture, 828 Harborside, North Vancouver. I'm the project architect, and I just want to address some of the concerns that raised up about the variances. One of the comments that we received were adding more access to the building across the Queensway to create a pedestrian-friendly environment of the area. So that's why we added a couple of 3 sets of stairs and a ramp. The building itself is right on the setback, the 6.1 meter. What we are projecting to is the stairs and the canopies. Basically, the canopies are 1.6 feet wider than what is supposed to be in order to create some weather protection entries that we have created for the building. And I would like to mention the highlights of this building that we are voluntarily going through a step 3 of the BC Energy Code. What is required for industrial is a step 1, and for commercial a step 2, and we are going for step 3. This is going to be a very high efficient building, high energy efficiency. We are wrapping the building with 5 inches of insulation, which is going to maintain generally. We're proposing large windows, but all the windows are triple glazed, which is very high-end and high quality of windows. Portion of the building is, the building on one side is 1 story and portion of it on the north side is double height. In order to create a pleasant environment for the employment and upstairs, we are increasing the height besides the additional exterior installation that we are having. In order to compensate this request, we are adding a bus stop. We are increasing the sidewalk width another 16 meters, as well as a high, we are also going through best management package for stormwater management. One of the neighbors' concerns was the water runoff towards the south. Actually, we are creating a swale on the south, so with proper drainage that will collect the water and then connect to the city. So we are making sure that the water will not run off to the neighbors. So just wanted to mention the big picture of the project. Thank you.
Anyone else that wants to speak to variances? Staff, do you have any comments after what we've heard from the public?
If I may, for you, Mayor, just responding to the dust control, which is, as we know, an issue through the construction period, especially in the summer when we get higher winds. And it is something that we are getting better at notifying the development industry. I think it's a really valid concern, and I think in areas such as this where there is quite a few users, there's going to be a heightened attention to dust control, because obviously it will generate complaints very quickly if it's not controlled.
Council, any questions?
Further to that, would this be a case where we could add some further requirements around the dust control? Is that something that's within? Do you have a mechanism for that?
Well, our building bylaw requires construction projects to control all debris on the site. So it's really more about enforcement. I think we have all the tools. It's making sure that the construction managers are aware of it. Usually what we do is, before a dry period in the summer, we'll send out a mass email to people, to all of our contacts, advising that a dry period is coming up, and you have to watch that. And then we do drive-bys in the community for those periods as well. So I think we have the tools. I don't know if adding another requirement would increase our ability to enforce.
Follow up to that, I'm not familiar with, I don't recall the hours of work in the building code as well. Could you speak to that? And I'm curious about how it overlays with the busy times of the adjacent patio.
I'd have to get back to you on that question. I can't recall the specific hours. It's really to do with our noise bylaw. So any activity that generates noise would be under the noise bylaw, and I think it does go later into the evening.
I think it's through to 8 p.m. on weekdays.
We can find that out.
Find that out for you, Councilor Member.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Race, Councilor Anderson, and then Dr. Stone. Sorry, I made a mistake. It's you, Councilor Anderson.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Fletcher, in her discussion of the intersection and the pending review of the intersection, stated, if I'm not mistaken, that the district can make a request, and I was wondering if I could have you return to that, and I just was not able to hear that clearly or find reference to it in the report. So is there provision for the district to make additional, or a scenario where we can make additional, ask for additional consideration relating to intersection safety and road safety? Just prior to your looking at the frontage improvements, if we might be able to return to that slide, I'm not sure.
this the slide?
I couldn't complete the sentence. The district can request, make a request, and this is in connection with the pending review of the intersection at Queensway and Industrial. Yes.
Okay, through you, Mayor Elliott, the district engineers can request a traffic impact assessment during the servicing agreement if they feel that one is necessary to determine placement of things within the frontage for this specific development. Currently, the intersection review is being done through a different development permit that was issued last year. So it wouldn't be, that intersection wouldn't be re-reviewed with this, but placement of things such as the driveway and the location of street trees and the bus stop frontage would be reviewed as part of that traffic impact assessment if it was requested.
Thank you. I did have a follow-up concerning that slide. The turning radius study that was done, and this is an issue that came up in a previous application we dealt with recently. What size of truck? A 3-ton truck is a 28-foot, a 5-ton truck is a 35-foot truck. And one of the things I appreciated in the advisory design panel review was attention to industrial functionality. So I feel, in fact, that in such a turning radius study, we should be aware of what type of vehicle is being considered, if you may have that information.
Through you, Mayor Elliott, the applicant did use a 30-foot truck or 28-foot truck for the turning radius study. That was noted by panel. However, the applicant was aware of the users going in at this time and felt for these users that truck was appropriate for the turning radius study. That being said, if the uses were to become more light industrial in the future, there is a surplus of parking and the parking lot could be redesigned. So staff were confident that if it were an issue in the future and they did require a larger truck because of the changing uses, that could be addressed.
Thank you.
Councilor Stoner.
Speaking to the height variance for the half the building, that was put forward as a request from ADP to make that upper floor more functional for warehouse space, is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, yes, for warehouse uses.
Okay, so also going through the ADP notes, there were some concerns about the size of the elevator and making that additional second story functional for warehouse, but the elevator may not actually provide for that. Can you speak to that at all, if that was reconciled?
Through you, Mayor Elliott, the interior design of a building is outside the scope of the development permit, so unfortunately it's not something that we could compel the applicant to do. So they felt that it was adequately sized. They did, however, change the door access to the interior lot to better accommodate loading in the future, so they're overhead doors instead of swing doors.
And then one quick follow-up on that. On the drawings, there's an aluminum rooftop screen. Can you just explain what that is for and if that's included in the height variance?
Through you, Mayor, the aluminum rooftop screen, my understanding, is more of a mechanical function of the building. I'm not entirely clear on its purpose, but it is exempt from the height because it's not a feature of the building. It's a prohibited production to the setback or to the height.
So, can you just clarify, I believe this is today's zoning regulations and previous OCP. Can you just speak to permitted uses? And in particular, I had some understanding that there's some restrictions on restaurants in that area. Can you just speak to that?
Through you, Mayor, the restaurant in the I-1 zone is limited to a total of 50 seats. So they are permitted to have a restaurant. The actual space of the restaurant is limited in terms of gross floor area, but in terms of the number of seats that they can have within a restaurant in that zone.
And then another question, just in terms of the projections, the awnings and so on, and the setbacks, why would we not just require a smaller building or for the building to be set back on the property as opposed to approving the variances?
Well, unfortunately, the variance, the canopies are not a requirement in the bylaw. So it's actually something that staff, and I believe the ADP asked for those sizes to be to be increased, but it's up to the applicant whether they do it or not.
Okay. So I'll go to Mr. Valentis and then to our CAO.
So just wanted to follow up on the allowed hours for construction noise, and that is till 8 p.m. during the week, 7 p.m. on Saturdays, and 4 p.m. on Sundays.
Do we have any drawings of this building in relation to its neighbors? So for other DPs that have come before council, we've asked proponents to provide that view of how it sits in relation to its neighbors.
These are the renderings that the applicant provided that does show it in relation to the neighboring lot.
Well, very difficult to see the perspective from the property because it's in terms of one side and its impact on
It is. We have been bringing attention to this in mixed use and residential projects, not so much in just commercial and industrial projects.
I'll just go back to the public, see if anybody else wants to speak to variances at this point. Yep.
I think just where, and I'm not sure, I think it's more just sort of airing concern again around the construction. And again, in light industrial areas, I don't think that we have been looking at how construction can impact a business that has this outdoor space that we have, and construction that can go until 8 p.m. Weekdays and 7 on a Saturday and 4 on a Sunday could extremely impact our patio and the ability for us to do business as we know it thus far. So that's all I wanted to add to it. I realize it might not get changed, but at least it's now out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I want to talk.
Yes, come forward. State your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Martin Abadi, 1447 Prospect Road, Vancouver. I want to address some of Jab's comment in the same business. I totally understand what he says. So obviously we try not to interfere with your business. We want you to do good, and we want to not interfere with any of our neighbors.
Mr. Abadi, I need you to speak to the microphone
Yes.
so that we can pick up the audio.
Sure. So we want to be a good neighbor, and we don't want to bother anybody. So if Jeff, for example, is working and his busy days are Saturday and Sunday, which I know it is, we can make arrangements and not do work on those days or do certain works that don't affect his business. For example, if we have to do excavation, well, I can cancel those days for excavation, and but then if it's like drywalling and things like that, which is not going to affect him, we'll use those days like Sunday and Saturday. As far as I know the business gets busier around the afternoon, evenings. I can also start earlier and finish early, so that way his patio gets busy after work, and people can enjoy his product. As far as where we are sitting in relation to our next door neighbor, which is 38924, I believe, there is a picture on our application that shows where we are sitting, and I believe our building actually sits back compared to their building. So we actually are behind the building. I don't know how correct that picture is and how precise that scaling is, but when you look at it, we are actually sitting behind their building a bit. So we're not interfering with their view and sight lines either. But we can accommodate for the construction and dust and noise and all that.
Mr. Valentis, that's not something that council could compel through a development permit with variances, is it? Or
I think council could establish a condition that approve the variances provided that the building permit include a condition for limited hours on evenings or weekends. So that the condition would be tied to the variance, not to the development permit.
I also don't want to tie Mr. Abadi's hands either. time is money, so there's a sensitivity to that, so you think about if council wants to add a condition, what the wording is to that. So thank you for letting us know. Any more questions, council? I'll go to the public for one last time. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to the variances? All right, seeing none, council, what's your pleasure here? Councilor Burke.
I'd like to explore I'd like to report an amendment to this that would limit work to 5.
So you have to put the
How would we-
motion on the floor with an amendment.
So I move this motion with the amendment of the work hours restricted to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, or Monday to Friday, for work on the exterior work on the site. What would be the wording for that?
I'm just going to check with the staff. The last time we did a DP with variances, we were told we couldn't approve anything that the proponent had not agreed to in advance.
Yes, it
So
sounds
I'm
like.
a little bit nervous about this.
It sounds like the applicant is agreeable to limiting the hours on the exterior of the building.
To a specific time? Maybe Mr. Abadi could speak to that, like to
Yeah.
a specific time or just,
As I said, certain works that create dust, we can say within like hours that, that doesn't, affect Jeff's business. But as I said, like if you're drywalling inside the building, if you are, doing work that doesn't create any dust or noise, I think we should be able to go back to the bylaws hours. And I'm fine with, being restricted to certain hours, work hours for those certain works that create a lot of noise and dust.
Would you feel that 5 o'clock exterior work would be
I think,
overly onerous to you? And
yeah, I mean, if we can negotiate to start work earlier, maybe at 6 or 7 instead of 8, I think by 4 or 3:30 we can wrap it up.
I was attempting to be vague enough on the start time to allow you to just act that way, so if staff.
I know, but we also have a noise bylaw that outlines
Oh, I see.
noise time, so Mr. Valenzuela.
I would note that starting early in the business park where there isn't many residences, it probably wouldn't be such an issue as in more populated areas.
Thank you.
Should I amend my amendment to have a start time to make that work?
I don't think you need to go that far,
Okay.
but I think that you should be clear about what activities, so dust creating activities end at 5?
Or maybe exterior.
Excessive exterior noise?
Exterior.
Well, yeah, excavation would be drilling, the excavation definitely would create some dust and noise. So,
So the exterior work, I'm just trying to find something that's general enough that covers from your first step, which is the excavation, all the way through to drywalling and painting and such. So if we could do one blanket thing that makes everyone comfortable is what I'm trying to get.
okay, why don't we say all the civil work and foundation work? The exterior work, if you're putting up the sidings, very quiet, you're not making noise of us. So if we limit it to all of our civil work and foundation work, I think that will cover all of the dusting. After that, it's just a metal building. We will bring in, with a crane, we've been putting metal pieces together.
Is that reasonable, Councilor Herbert, for the motion that you're trying to put forward? Because I don't think we want to tie the proponent's hands
No,
from
I'm
doing
trying to
all
get-
external work.
Yes, because
Yeah.
some of it
Okay. This civil work, I think, is the
main,
dust disturbing loudest.
yes.
So I'm okay with
Okay,
that.
so we have the motion that staff put forward with an amendment that civil work is completed by 5 p.m.
I can even do both if I start a bit earlier.
We'll leave that up to you.
Okay, thank you.
Seconded by Councilor French. Council, any discussion? Councilor Race.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to support this motion because I don't like that amendment. I like the project, but I think it's unreasonable to restrict construction hours, particularly in a business park. It might be something in a residential area, but in a business park, it's business, industrial, commercial, trucks, there's a variety of different things. I can appreciate concern about dust, but in the times that people would be sitting in an outdoor patio, generally speaking in this area, you're going to have a southerly wind which is going to blow the dust away from them, not towards them. So I just don't think that that's a reasonable thing to put on a developer in a project like this, in an area like this. We all face construction close by sometime in our lives, and we just have to live through it. Even the buildings we are in were at one time constructed. So I am not supporting this application. I am supportive of the project, DP, everything but that. And if this fails, I would put forth the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Councilor Rice. Councilor Anderson? And then Councilor Pangborn?
Thank you. I think it's very encouraging that the proponent himself has stepped forward to offer this concept of restricted working hours. However, I will also not be supporting the proposed amendment. I think that we don't want to be involved in setting a precedent in the business park, especially where immediately adjacent to this site on two sides are areas designated in our OCP now as intensive industrial, one of them already being a sawmill. I do understand that the sawmill operators also have a very good relationship with the proponent, and no issues seem to have arisen there, but I don't think that I'd like to support going as far as an amendment to this application. Thank you.
Councilor Pengill?
Yeah, I have some similar concerns about, this sort of was an industrial park. It's become kind of more of a business park. There's still industrial uses. I wonder if staff can just clarify, would this set any sort of official precedent if we mandated restrictions on construction times and so on for that area, or would it be just a one-off?
I think from our perspective, it wouldn't set a precedent. It's simply the factor that there is a patio next door, which is a unique circumstance in the business park. I don't think it would set a precedent. Perhaps this would set an expectation for some people.
Well, it should be obvious I'm going to support my own amendment, but I'd like to point out I like this project. I think the way that it's positioned in the north part of the property, the building is interesting and steps up to slightly above the plus the variance. And I'm happy with proponents' flexibility being here tonight to sort of address some of the things. And I would say that the amendment I put forward with the working hours is very unique to this spot where there is an outdoor patio immediately adjacent to where there's going to be construction for quite some time. So I think it's a great project, and I think that this amendment is supported.
Councilor French?
Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion as well, and I'm particularly happy with the step 3, very energy efficient building for what it's to be used for in the setting that it's in. So acknowledge the developer for going that extra step and creating an energy efficient building.
I really like this development. I think the variances are supportable. I appreciate the extension of the sidewalk, that extra distance to the south. I don't support this amendment, and I hear a willingness on the part of the proponent to work with the neighboring property to manage the construction impact. But I think there's always unforeseen construction issues that arise, and putting a set deadline, I think, may create more problems than it alleviates. I'd rather give the proponent the flexibility to work with his neighbors to find solutions as they arise, rather than putting a motion like Councilor Rice. I would support the DP, but I will not vote for this particular amendment. Any other comments? I'll call the questions. All those in favor? Opposed?
Motion on the floor.
The motion on the floor, So let's start again. All those in favor of the motion on the floor with the amendment proposed by Councillor Herford? All those opposed? Councillor Anderson, Race, Mayor Elliott, Councillor Stoner, and Councillor Pettengill opposed. Motion fails. Councillor Race.
I will move the staff recommendation with the variances.
Is there a seconder? Moved by Councillor Stoner.
And I'll just speak briefly to the proposal, because I didn't really the last time, because I do think this is an attractive building. And I commend the proponent for creating this and bringing this to us. I don't have difficulty with the variances. First of all, the setback variances, keeping in mind, and I'm sensitive to the neighboring patio owner, but the setbacks are really, or the setback encroachment is really just a very thin line of the canopy and a set of stairs, and I don't think that will affect the view corridor. And the second setback is the height, but the height is actually the north end of the building, and the patio is opposite the south end of the building. And so once again, I think it will have a minimal impact, and it's only a meter to start with. So I think there will be a minimal impact. But I did want to make the comment because both in this application and in the next application, there's a comment in the reports for a height variance, or the request for a height variance, to make the property more usable. And so I'll leave it to staff to consider whether we need to tweak the heights in the business park with the types of uses that might be there in mind. I'm not talking about adding floors or anything like that, but one is about a foot and one's about a meter. And if that makes the space more usable for commercial or industrial purposes, then we might consider that in the zoning amendment. But I am happy to support this time.
Councillor Stoner?
I'll also be supporting the motion on the floor in this development permit. I think that the building is very attractive. I also applaud the proponents for bringing forward the third energy step. It's an important direction that we want to see buildings going towards. I will speak to the concern that Councillor Pettengill spoke to more broadly in the business park and this kind of transition that we're seeing towards more business-oriented as opposed to light industrial and more of an industrial park. That's something for us to focus on in the longer term, but for this particular proposal, I will be supportive of it.
All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up, we have development permit number 487-1111, Pioneer Way. Mr.
I will
BYLAWS?
quickly upload the presentation.
No, we've had some technical difficulties today with that. Oh, we have a new, oh, you're right, it is new. All right. You ready?
Yes. This is a new computer.
Old user.
Carpenter doesn't blame us too old.
Have you got it up? Have you got up the extend screen or whatever?
Uh-oh.
What have you got on screen here? Have you tried the Windows P to get your extensions?
Windows P?
Yeah, that shows you whether it's a duplicate or extension.
Oh, there we go. Perhaps Mr. Wickham can help me. Direct because it takes.
Well, I thought I was doing them a favor because the other one kept it. I can call them.
Perfect.
Thank you.
The engineers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jonas Malniškis. I'm presenting. Oh,
No, not this
the
one.
wrong one.
Chris.
council to take a pause because I've uploaded the wrong presentation.
Okay, so we'll take a 2-minute recess.
Hold on a second. I have it.
Okay, now we're live. Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Noah Smalicious, Director of Community Planning. And I'll be presenting to you today development permit number 487, which is located at 1111 Pioneer Way, in the absence of the file planner, Asia Phil. DP 487 is located in the south portion of the recently rezoned mixed-use district area known as MUD 1. This is a third application received to date within the MUD 1 zone for a development permit. The property is outlined in yellow on the map, and as you can see, here's a site plan which depicts how the building will fit among some of the approved and proposed MUD 1 buildings to the north. Here it is. Uh, 1111 Pioneer Way application preceded the new official community plan. So it has a land use designation of residential and falls under the development permit area 6, Squamish Industrial Park, which is common with the all the applications that came in before this new OCP. So just like the previous one, it's under DPA 6. The property is zoned mixed use 1, which was rezoned along with the adjacent parcels in May of 2017. So this area used to be zoned for just single-family and duplex residential development, with the exception of this corner parcel. The project is split between areas 1 and 2 in the MUD 1 zone. The site is located at the north end of the business park. So this area is in transition with existing single-family dwellings that are undergoing redevelopment and are truly mixed-use community with light industrial, office, commercial, and multifamily residential. So all of these uses are permitted in the MUD 1 zone, and the density of those uses varies from area 1 to area 3. Area 3 being the most commercial and the most dense in terms of residential, and area 1, which is at the southern end, being more industrial and less residential. It's also important to note that this property is within a flood hazard area and partially within a secondary floodway. The project has 5 variances associated with it. Staff would like to clarify that the Local Government Act does permit variances to the zoning bylaw to be processed with a development permit. Council discretion on variances is something that is available to council. However, if one of the variances affects layout or the form of character and is not approved, then the whole development permit cannot be approved. So the proposal is for a 4-story mixed-use light industrial and multifamily residential development with a surface parking lot. So it's 4 stories, however, the light industrial component has the main floor as well as the mezzanine. So it could be considered as 5 or 4 stories. So it has close to 4,000 square feet of, 40,000 square feet of light industrial floor area with a potential for 28 separate units, and a total of 60 residential units are proposed with access to a rooftop amenity deck. Access to the site is off of 2 entrances of Pioneer Way. The light industrial uses proposed range from manufacturing to service and repair uses and bays. The bays are roughly 7 meters, which is about 23 feet in height, and offer mezzanine opportunities for tenant diversity. Due to the MUD 1 zoning area allowances, residential density varies between area 2 and 1. It is depicted across in the cross section above, ensuring that the mix of residential and employment space is compliant within each zone area. So area 1 and 2 have 2 separate density allowances. So that's why you see a step back in the southern portion of the site. Residential is further split into a mix of residential units. So 30% of the units are purpose-built market rental units, and then the rest of the site is just fee simple or stratified for sale units. So though the 30% is a requirement in order to get some density bonus, the applicant has to enter into a housing agreement and register that housing agreement with the district. So it works out to about 42 units that are market units and 18 units that are rental. The rental units range between 1 and 3 bedroom, mostly 1 bedrooms, and there's I think 1 2-bedroom or 2 2-bedroom and 1 3-bedroom. The majority of the building siding is tilt-up concrete with fiber cement siding, predominantly gray hue with a purple gray and mustard as accents. Accent materials such as dark gray, corrugated metal, and red aluminum feature columns add some texture and accents to the design. The development proposes a north-south pedestrian path along the east side of the site, and the applicant has volunteered to register a statutory right-of-way to secure the public access pathway. So this is along the eastern property line and extends along the full property line, and the pathway then loops into the adjacent development, which was a development permit was approved. I think it was the first development permit in this area. So eventually, when the properties to the north and east develop, this pathway will support connectivity from the Mod 1 and Business Park areas to the North Yards neighborhood. The pathway also connects to one of the major residential entrances to the building. Roughly over 16,000 square feet of open space area has been incorporated into the design. Open space includes rooftop amenity deck, including planters, covered seating areas, lawn bowling, and a play area, a rear boardwalk, and a meadow area with a potential for connections to adjacent north sides, and a pedestrian pathway along the entire east portion of the site. DP 487 was presented to the advisory design panel in August 2018 and passed the following resolution. The advisory panel supports the development permit project in general and would like the applicant to work with staff to resolve the following issues, and the issues are listed here on the board. I'm not gonna go through each one of them, other than mention that all of the above recommendations that the EDP requested have been addressed, and they are further detailed in the report. As mentioned earlier, there are 5 variances proposed for this application. I'll now take a few minutes to briefly describe each variance. The first is a variance to the definition of open space for the allowable dimension of 6.1 meters. So that is that's the red line. So our open space requirements require that the minimum width of the open space be 6 meters. And the request is to allow this requirement to be reduced in order to provide that pathway, and for that pathway to be considered as part of the open space, or part of that pathway. Staff are supportive of this variance, as the applicants have provided a voluntary statutory right-of-way over the pathway to ensure public pedestrian access through the Mod 1 zone. Also adding this pathway brings the total open space amount to 17.7% of the site, which exceeds the required 15%. The applicant is proposing to vary the setback for accessory buildings from 1.52 meters to 0.91. Staff are also supportive of this variance, as the intrusion into the rear setback of this accessory building is minor and allows for a larger and more robustly secured solid waste and bike storage building to the benefit of the tenants. The applicant is proposing a minor height variance of 1 foot to accommodate the request of the advisory design panel for larger industrial bay doors at the ground floor. So initially, when the application was submitted, it met the height requirements, and it was increased after the advisory design panel meeting. The applicant is proposing to remove the requirement of 1 tree per 8 parking spaces along all parking directly adjacent to the building. So there's a red box in the image above. So normally, when you have a double sided aisle with parking on both sides, there's a requirement for street trees to be installed. This is in order to accommodate the vehicle access. So the variance is requested to accommodate the vehicle access to each industrial bay, as landscape island would interfere with access to some of these units if the requirement was upheld. The bylaw requirement for islands would still apply to the perimeter parking. The applicant is proposing to vary the number of required loading bays from 3 to 2. Staff are supportive of this variance, as it is anticipated that commercial parking in front of each bay will likely be used to accommodate most smaller scale loading and delivery needs of most industrial tenants. If the industrial units' mezzanine floor areas are subtracted from the calculation, the 2 loading spaces would be all that is required. So if the applicant didn't build a mezzanine floor, then it wouldn't be required. DP 487 project was posted to the District Development Showcase. No request for a public information meeting were received within the 21 days. No public information meeting was hosted. The variance notices have been sent out to property owners and occupants within 100 meters of the property as per requirement, and I don't believe we've received any response to that. So staff recommendation is to proceed with this development permit, provided the bonding for landscaping is provided, adoption of the housing agreement happens to secure the rental units. The housing agreement is registered, the invasive species management plan is provided, the statutory right-of-way for public access through the site is provided, a flood covenant is registered on title, and a railway noise and vibration covenant is registered on title as per requirement of the zone. And staff also recommend proceed with the requested variances. And here are the variances.
Thank you. Council, any questions before I go to the public? Council Fenn.
A few. I understand the rationale for the change in the tree requirements. Is there any reason why we wouldn't ask for compensating trees elsewhere on the site?
I'm just pulling up the landscape plan here. So there are trees elsewhere on the site that will be replanted. But I guess the functionality of those trees, in the parking lot, is to kind of break up the parking stalls. I think having more trees to what is proposed might limit the usability of that open space.
And then I'm just wondering if you can speak a bit to the e-parking or EV charging stalls. The numbers I think are off. It says 30% in the report, but I calculated it's 17.5% of the stalls are EV charge stalls. And I'm not sure if that matters in terms of our policy or not.
I'm just going to refer to our requirement for EV parking. So there's a general requirement through the zoning bylaw. And I will note that there is no variance request for electric vehicle charging, so they would be meeting the bylaw requirements.
Councillor Stillman?
If I may, I did a very similar calculation to you, Councillor Pettendale, and I believe the calculation is 30% of the residential stalls. It's not 30% of the total parking stalls. So when I did the calculation, so it's proposed at 24 spaces with electric vehicle charging stations, and that's 17.5% of 157, which is the total number of parking spaces. But it's 30% of the proposed residential spaces. The EDT requires residential spaces.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. That is correct. The electric vehicle charging is only required for the residential shared parking. And each one of those chargers will serve at least 2 stalls. So,
Yeah, and just on that, because it says 24 cars will be served by 6 receptacles, so on average that's 4 cars per receptacle. I so far have yet to see more than 2 cars served by receptacle. I mean, I haven't done an exhaustive search of what's available, but it made me wonder, do we have any sort of follow-up requirements that, that you can concurrently actually serve 24 cars, and are there any requirements on our end in terms of plug type, whether it's free or charged in level 1, level 2? Do we have any expectations there?
yes, so they're level 2 chargers. You can share them between stalls. Was there another question there?
Do we actually check back and make sure they're functional sort of 24/7, or do we have any sort of rules around that?
Yeah, so they have to be installed, they have to be functional, but in terms of whether the strata charges or the owner charges for it or not, that is up to the property owner or the strata corporation.
Any other questions, council, before I go to public? Well, Steph, I wondered, because, sorry, did you set your hand?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering if there are any like design guidelines other than what is required in DP6 or the DP Area 6 for like design form of these buildings in the mud zone? Specifically thinking how it looks relative to the other buildings that have been approved in that specific town.
There is nothing that would dictate form and character in the zone. We're essentially relying on the DPA 6.
One question I had, because this building spans Area 1 and Area 2, and the uses are different between Area 1 and Area 2 in terms of some of the uses can be on the 3rd floor or 2nd floor, and then the density bonuses is different than for Area 1 and Area 2. How did we reconcile all that into one big building?
Into one building?
Yeah.
So the zone does allow for buildings to essentially cross the zone areas. And then it will be, at the time of tenanting, that will be confirming the users. So when the business licenses are coming in is when, or the building permit comes in for the residential component, we'll be making sure that the density matches the zoning requirements.
So where's that line in the business licensing process in this building? Like, how do we know where lot 1 ends and area 2 begins? So is that like set in stone? Is there any flexibility there?
No, there might be millimeters or centimeters of flexibility, but it is pretty firm.
Okay, so everyone's aware of what can go in part of the building in Area 1 and Area 2?
Yeah, so the building will be built first, and then particularly when it comes to the tenants, when it starts to get tenanted, that's when we do the confirmation whether it matches the zoning in that area.
Okay, so we'll go to the public. This is development permit number 487 1111 Pioneer Way with variances. The proponent and members of the public will be given the opportunity to be heard or to present written objections respecting the following requested variances to the District of Squamish zoning bylaw. There are 5 variances outlined. They're in the agenda, so I don't really want to read them all out loud, but they have to do with usable open space, common, accessory buildings, structures and uses, maximum height, off-street parking, and off-street loading. So if there's anyone from the public that would like to speak to these variances, please raise your hand. I see none. Council, any questions? No? Oh, Councilor Sutton.
Yeah, so with regards to the variance for the setback for the accessory building, do we have any insight on the actual layout of that building and why the setback is being requested? I know that in the staff report it says that it will make the bike storage and the recycling more secure. Do you have any insight on if they're going to be able to provide on-site sorting for recycling and organics? Is that part of the proposal, and why the building needs to be made bigger?
So there are no, currently we lack the standards for recycling and composting and garbage in terms of what's the minimum areas that we need. We're working on that. I believe the proponents are meeting those requirements, and we have in other development permits in the business park have varied this provision to move the accessory buildings, because they're not that large, closer to the property line.
I have a question in terms of combining these bays. So they're sort of laid out in the drawings as sort of just under 1,000 square feet in size. From what I could tell in my drawings, is that
perhaps we could ask the applicant to speak to that.
yeah, just at the podium, and just your name.
Hi, my name is Tom Bunting, Studio B Architects, the applicant. 211 Columbia Street, Vancouver. There's quite a bit of study in how to mix these industrial units with the residential zone, which isn't done everywhere. So we looked at the market size and went to marketing professionals to look at what was the demand size for the industrial units. And this size, around 1,000, 1,400 with the mezzanine, was a very affordable size for an industrial unit. Affordable meaning if it's not too big, smaller subcontractors could afford them. If you saw the plan is very open. So there's columns coming down on a regular grid from the residential above. So the units can be ganged together, front to back, side. If someone wanted to get 4 units together, that works. It works from exiting. It works from access from multiple doors in. So it's like anything you do in an industrial thing when you lease. You don't know what you're going to get. So the more flexibility, and in fact, the sort of smaller the module, the more flexible they are to gang together. And the modules, really from an efficiency point of view, have to work with the structure above. Everything sort of does come down.
I think that was the essence of my question is, 1,000 square feet doesn't fit most Squamish residences' outdoor gear. And so
It's true.
what is the flexibility that allows for different users to achieve a larger space? What I don't want to see in this building is that it becomes a quasi-commercial building because the spaces are small. It's still supposed to have uses that are light industrial.
The spaces are 95 feet deep if you wanted to take back to back. There will be a few shear walls in there that will have to be coordinated most likely spaces, but so you could easily get, say, a 4,000 plus 40% on top of that in mezzanine as a space. And a lot of the, say at the south end, there's sort of a axonometric of where the playground is up above, and there's a sort of rendering of the front where we put in a patio out front, sort of anticipating if anyone is going to sort of group that piece together in the more sort of kind of quasi-retail, tasting room, kind of a la backcountry or anyone like that. Those would be the most likely spot we face south. And we've just anticipated that could happen. So we've changed the look of the end of the building on the south side because it's the public side of the building. These are just sort of little nuances that you put into the design, trying to look into the future and how the building could most flexibly be used and most efficiently be used going forward, not knowing who's going to take what. And that, just to answer your question about the percentage between Area 1 and Area 2, it's pretty much down to the centimeters of where that line happens. The multiplier of the units below is how this generates this. And you can see that it's more efficient and I think more usable to have the building go straight up. And that's where we kind of hooked on the idea to have that more private portion of the open space be for the residents, and they can all come down. They're all inside. It's right close to the elevator, and you go out, and if you actually look at the plan in detail, there are designated sort of class 1 bike lockers there, and you go out, and that's where there's urban agriculture. There's sort of patio space. There's a play space that's going to happen. That all became possible because you don't get as much residential out of the Area 1, so it sort of stepped the building back naturally. And then the other zone gets almost 25% more. So that sort of helped shape and step the building. And it is, and planning will verify it, it has to happen along the line. We can't trade residential space between the two sides.
Thank you.
Okay.
A question about the variance for the usable open space and the shift in that definition. I just want to clarify for the walkway that is being provided, what other sorts of provisions or amenities are there on that walkway? I'm thinking lighting, garbage cans. Is there anything of that sort that is thought of and were included?
So I believe the walkway is just a paved walkway with a grass buffer on the sides. There aren't any other amenities there other than landscape surface. The bonus is the public right-of-way.
Yeah, two things, and just on the walkway, I think, and I'm not sure if I've got my geography right, but there has been some concern with some of these, I think the mud zone properties and how they do or don't connect in terms of elevation. Is that an issue here, or can you speak to that?
Yes, so the site is going to work with the adjacent sites, the ones that we have processed, particularly one that is north of this site. I'm just going to go to the back of my presentation. So this is a development permit that has been approved, and this is a site that it fronts onto government here. So this is the 1111 Pioneer Way here. And so this site will have a pedestrian pathway, again, with public access right away extending around it. So we'll loop into this property, and it will be at a lower, it should be at the same elevation as that property as well. In addition to that, there will be a stairway access here to the patio that is located on this property. So that's the main connection right now. When the site to the east develops, we'll be looking for other connections for it.
Continue.
Yeah, so in terms of the, we've had a few proposals where we're asked to consider variances to on and off street loading and on off street parking. Where are we as a municipality in understanding the impacts when we approve those variances on the broader street parking, broader traffic flows and so on?
I think we will be revisiting that in our review of the zoning for the, particularly the business park. We have seen quite a few variances to the loading provisions downtown, and I think that needs to be studied whether the bylaw requirements we have, whether they're adequate, whether they're asking for too much, because the nature of the uses has changed and the way things are delivered, or whether they're not enough. I think that we haven't studied that yet.
Any other questions?
Bigger picture, should we be looking at our height restrictions? This is the second application in a row where ADP has taken a project that came in under the height restrictions and resulted in a variance for increased height. That's bigger picture. I present it as an observation. Maybe we need to look at that.
Yeah, it is coming forward as part of our zoning bylaw rewrite. It's one of the things that we flagged for discussion, because it's not just the ones that you've seen previous councils saw as well. But we're trying to make these more functional spaces, and so given it's not a residential use, there's room to move on that. So we will bring that back. Any other questions on the variances? Last time out to the audience, anybody that wants to speak to this? All right, council. Move the staff recommendation. Staff recommendations moved by Councilor French, seconded by Councilor Race. Any more comments? Do you want to speak to it?
Again, I think this is a great proposal, and I'm impressed. This is the second proponent in a row that has come to us with something that ADP has had a lot of thought and recommendation on. And in both cases, it looks as though the developer has quite willingly taken the ADP recommendations and incorporated them into the project. So again, another project that I think is a good example of where our future is headed in Squamish.
Thank you. Councilor Race?
Excuse me, thank you. And I am supporting this. I thought that this was rather an attractive building, and I don't have any issue with the variances. I particularly like the staggered roof line, and I think that is as opposed to just putting it all into one box, I think that is something that really helps the building. And the comment I'll make is for the next zoning amendment exercise is to somehow find a different name for this zone rather than mud zone. Which somehow just doesn't seem to do it justice when we're trying to attract these attractive buildings to it, and then we stick them in a mud zone. So I'll just leave that with staff, and you can think about that. But I am going to support this.
I have no problem supporting the variances as they are for this development. I think it's going to be a great addition to town, and looking forward to seeing all the connectivity that's come through that zone, and I think it's going to be a vibrant part of our town, so I have no problem supporting this.
I won't be supporting this development permit with the variances as it is on the floor. My biggest concern is that I actually don't think that it meets the development permit area guidelines around siting, massing, and roof lines to avoid the monotonous landscape. I appreciate the offset of the roof lines, but the degree of grayscale, I just don't think it falls in line with what we are seeing in the other proposed areas or the other proposed projects within the Mud 1 zoning. So I won't be able to support this project as it's proposed.
Thank you. I will be supporting this development permit. can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to getting past DP Area 6, which is totally inadequate for dealing with these types of developments. Certainly I would have liked to see a little differentiation in the residential part of this building, but overall it's supportable. I certainly like it some better than some of the other mud one buildings we have. And speaking to, I know current councillors have some concerns about just the business park and the big picture in general, so I look forward to that conversation coming forward at the end of this month. On our zoning bylaw rewrite. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Stoner opposes. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for the quality of the presentation.
All right, next up, we have District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200/2011, amendment bylaw 0001 Squamish Valley Road, number 25/2017.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Daly, Development and Subdivision Coordinator with Community Planning and Infrastructure. I'm here tonight to present a rezoning application at 60001 Squamish Valley Road for consideration of second reading. Section 479 of the Local Government Act authorizes a municipality to regulate how a property can be used, including use, density, siting size, and dimension. This is done through the zoning bylaw. The rezoning application must receive 3 readings from Council, and a public hearing must be held on the proposed amendment bylaw after the first reading and prior to third reading. Rezoning applications are subject to Council's discretion, meaning that each of the 3 readings of the bylaw can be approved or denied by Council based on a variety of reasons, such as public input. As a result, decisions on whether to approve a rezoning application are at the full discretion of Council. The final step in the rezoning process is adoption of the bylaw, which is a 4th reading. The subject property is located at 60001 Squamish Valley Road, west of the CN Railway and immediately south of the bridge over the Chuckamus River. The property is currently split zoned resource and C3 tourist commercial. The official community plan designation is restricted industrial. Surrounding properties to the east are zone C3, resource, and general industrial. Properties to the south are zoned resource. The restricted industrial land use designation applies to land situated exposed to natural hazards and allows for resource-related activities, open space, and outdoor recreational activities where the predominant activity is not enclosed within a building, does not require permanent structures or buildings, and is not reliant on municipal servicing. The site is also located in a primary floodway and is a restricted densification area. The rezoning is not proposing an increase in development potential, such as an increase to permitted dwelling units, floor area ratio, or height, which is consistent with controlled densification area policies. District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200/2011, amendment bylaw number 2564/2017 was given first reading at the September 18, 2018 regular council meeting. The proponents have been operating under temporary use permit number 45 since it was authorized by council on June 2nd, 2015 and extended to September 30th, 2019 at the May 1st, 2018 regular council meeting. Temporary use permit number 45 allows the following uses: 1 event and up to 2 weddings per month from May through September to a total of 20 event days per calendar year. Event use within the 20-day maximum limit can include events such as small acoustic music and film venue, seminars, training camps and workshops, course events, weddings and family events, corporate retreats, team building events and colloquiums, trade shows and exhibition events, charity and fundraiser events, and arts, cultural, and political events. Comprehensive Development Zone number 92 seeks to create a property-specific zone for Chikai Ranch. Permitted uses would include agriculture, aquaculture, arts and culture, assembly, campground, commercial recreation, single-unit dwelling, telecommunication tower, trade contractor facilities, and accessory uses. These uses would legitimize the temporary uses permitted under TUP 45. Schedule A, the zoning map of bylaw number 2564-2017, has been modified since first reading to maintain the split zoning of the property. This change would rezone the resource portion of the property to CD 92 and leave the portion of the property zoned C3 as is. The CD 92 zone remains otherwise unchanged since first reading. Maintaining the split zoning would allow the proponents to keep the uses permitted in the C3 zone on that portion of their property, should they wish to convert the use of the existing non-conforming single-unit dwelling located in the area of the property in the future. This proposal is unique in that no development of the site is proposed. The creation of the CD 92 zone will formalize the operations that have been ongoing since 2015, when TUP 45 was originally approved. The property is well suited for rural events, given the size of the property and the lack of immediate neighbors. A raised refuge platform provides a safe place to accommodate campers and is located on the western side of the property, far from the residents to the east. For the duration of TUP 45, Chikai Ranch has demonstrated the ability to host successful events and remain largely compliant with the conditions of the temporary use permit. There is a lack of lands within the district where rural events and camping are accommodated and are properly serviced. The proponents have supplied a quantitative risk assessment related to the debris flow hazard on the site that considers the uses proposed in the CD 92 zone and states that the land may be used safely for the use intended. As Chikai Ranch is not connected to municipal services, the district has requested an engineered solution that will demonstrate to the satisfaction of Vancouver Coastal Health that the associated uses approved through this rezoning can be accommodated on-site and detail any occupancy restrictions that may be associated with the proposed on-site servicing. As the quantitative risk assessment designates the land may be used safely for the uses intended in the proposed rezoning, staff recommend proceeding with second reading. Recommendations of the quantitative risk assessment report will form conditions of a restrictive covenant to be registered on the land title of the property if proposed bylaw proceeds to adoption. Legislated and district processes for engagement were followed for this application. The project was posted on the district's development showcase. No requests for a public information meeting were received. One comment has been received. Staff recommend that the District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200-2011, amendment bylaw number 2564-2017 be given second reading as amended to retain the tourist commercial zone existing on a portion of the subject property, and that a public hearing be scheduled for February 12th, 2019 at 6 p.m. Staff alternatively recommend that amendment bylaw number 2564-2017 be referred back to staff for further review. Thank you. Any questions?
Councillor Song, and then Councillor Ring.
Just to clarify, so the temporary use permit limits camping to 500 people currently. Will that be retained? And I asked because the quantitative risk assessment references that the site could be safe for up to 1,200 people. I just wanted to clarify that.
Through you, Mayor, I believe when the temporary use permit was originally considered, they wanted to keep the occupancy limit much lower as a kind of test run to see how the events would go. But through the quantitative risk assessment, it says that up to 1,200 people could potentially be accommodated, but it does state that no more than 1,000 should be accommodated on the safe refuge platform, provided that a proper site plan can be provided that demonstrates this.
So we'll raise that number from 500 to 1,000.
Yes.
Councillor Reese?
Thank you. The allowable use of camping, does that permit RVs?
Through you, Mayor, no, it does not permit the use of RVs in the floodplain area. If RVs can be accommodated in the raised refuge area, I'll go to this slide. Well, this is a map of the primary floodway going through the property, and you can see these areas that are outside of it. This isn't 100% accurate as it's pull off the GIS mapping, but provided that the RVs can be accommodated in these areas, then that would allow for that camping, but permanent RV living on site would not be permitted, and it was not considered a use that was safe given the deep debris flow hazard on the site.
But but that's also the refuge area. So if you had RVs there, even for a night, and then there was an event, and everybody wanted to go there, but it's full of RVs. Is there enough room for both RVs and up to 1,000 people?
Through you, Mayor, no, I don't believe there's enough room for both. The proponents will need to provide a site plan demonstrating how the 1,000 people could be accommodated, and it could be through a mix of either having some, obviously if there's some RVs on site, then that will limit the amount of campers that can be accommodated there. So through my understanding of the quantitative risk assessment is that would need to be ironed out before it is finalized and registered as a covenant, but they will need to demonstrate how all of this camping, whether it's a mix of camping and RV or just campsites, will be accommodated on this raised refuge platform that is safe and outside of the flood area.
And is there, if RVs were to be allowed, excuse me, is there a limit how long they can stay? Sometimes in some places they tend to kind of move in for a day and they're still there a year later. So is there some restriction in this case about how long they might be there?
That has not been included in the zone as as an RV campground has not been included as a use that was permitted. I believe
I can speak to this. So we are, as part of the zoning bylaw update, are looking at defining what a campground is in the district. Right now, it's an undefined term, which is problematic. And through the zoning bylaw update, as well as through the restricted covenant, we expect that we will regulate the occupancy of how long can a person stay in an RV. But it is a bigger issue for the district to define.
And in some places more than others. And here I think that, for me at least, the concern is long-term stays basically in the debris flow hazard area, or the only safe part of the debris flow hazard area. So maybe it's just a bit more of a sensitive topic in this case. But if the upcoming zoning bylaw review changed it, would not retroactively apply to this site, will we try to capture it in a restrictive covenant, or how would we get the future back into the present?
Yes, no, I expect that we will capture that in the covenant, and that will also be then reflected in the zoning bylaw update. But you're right, if the zoning bylaw update is after this amendment, then it wouldn't apply retroactively unless the use hasn't been established and just been zoned for it.
And not used?
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Pettian?
So a few questions. My understanding the temporary use permit limits the number of events, not just the type. With what's proposed, will there be, and is there even a mechanism to limit the number of events?
Through you, Mayor, there is no mechanism to limit the number of events through the rezoning. Staff feel that through the duration of the temporary use permit that the proponents have demonstrated that they are capable of hosting successful events and comply with the conditions of the temporary use permit. And it is unlikely that there will be many events in the off-season given the weather. So staff feel confident that the proponents won't be increasing the number of events drastically following the rezoning.
So a follow-up on that then. My understanding though, given how we're calculating risk and assessing risk, even if the proponents are doing everything right, having people there more often increases the level of risk significantly. Is that?
Yes, so we will be registering the risk assessment and putting the risk assessment, the recommendations into conditions in the covenant. So I believe we will be regulating when the higher risk periods are, when the events cannot be taking place, which also correlates with the off-season.
So, and my understanding is we've sort of approved at this point about 4 years of temporary use permit, and sort of max is 6 years in aggregate of temporary use permit. Is that correct?
Yes, it's 3 years and then a 3-year renewal.
And
Where are we in that?
This
TUP was approved in the last council.
and then extended to September 30th, 2019. Only a 1-year extension was requested in May of 2018.
Do we have any feedback, and have we sought any specific feedback from Squamish First Nation on this?
Through you, Mayor, the development referral was sent to Squamish First Nation. I did not receive a response. There was initial feedback on the original temporary use permit application in 2015, and they expressed some concerns, which I believe were addressed through some of the conditions that were initially put in the original application. But there was no response to the development referral that was sent to them with this rezoning application.
Just one final one. The thing that really stuck out to me was getting 1,000 people within 10 minutes to this area, and I think I've heard it asked at a previous council meeting, but 1,000 people at a music festival, maybe it's loudish. And even in the best of circumstances, it seems like getting 1,000 people to do anything within 10 minutes is a challenge. So I'm just wondering how we assess that, the practicality of that, and how we determine we're comfortable with that.
Through you, Mayor, in the quantitative risk assessment, one of the conditions is having a designated person waiting or listening for us, telltale signs of a natural disaster, and then notifying other people on site to mobilize everyone and have them at to get them to the safe refuge platform, and to have signage throughout the property indicating the quickest way to get there. So that is the recommendation currently in the quantitative risk assessment that would be registered as a covenant on title should this move to adoption.
Are you done? Yes. I have a few questions, but I'll wait if there's another councillor with questions. All right, so I do have some questions. This makes me nervous. So the temporary use permit was really to acknowledge the fact that we didn't have area-wide mitigation, that this is actually a very dangerous site overall. We know that for that whole area. So I do have some questions. So this idea that for the duration of any commercial day use, we have a designated person that's listening. But if there's music, how are they listening from somewhere closer to where the debris flow starts and they radio ahead, or are they actually on site, and how do they hear that about the noise of a music concert? I don't get it if there was like, it's the quiet wedding time, but when there's music going, how do you discern between an accident on the highway and an actual rumbling sound? If you've never heard of debris flow before, how do you know?
That is a valid question. I have myself never heard of debris flow, but from reading this quantitative risk assessment and the others that were presented previously, apparently it is a very distinct sound that is audible from several kilometers away, and it would be likely that someone would be located at the furthest end of the property away from where the events and the music were happening. And it would likely, if there was an event that was large enough to reach the subject property, it would be very distinct and very audible from that location. That is my interpretation of that condition in the report.
And why only during the day?
Because overnight camping is restricted to the raised refuge platform, so it is assumed that everyone should be on the raised refuge platform and safe from any debris flow event.
Okay, so for sure there's not going to be any RVs anywhere else, or everybody's going to be on the refuge site at night?
There cannot be any overnight camping off the raised refuge platform.
So the other question I had is this idea of community amenity contribution, and that because we're not increasing density, but we are in essence allowing more events, more noise, there is an impact on the neighborhood. And I wonder if staff could speak to whether that was discussed. I mean, we're taking off the limits on the size of the group, we're taking off the limits on the number of events that can be held. So there is an impact on the surrounding properties, there could be an event every single weekend if this zoning is approved. And I know we'll go to public hearing on this and give the public a chance to comment, but was that discussed about whether there should be some sort of amenity to compensate the residents around there?
Our community amenity contribution policy doesn't speak to specifically this sort of rezoning. Discussions were had about potentially obtaining a right-of-way to give access to the river through the property, but it's sort of challenging finding a suitable location for that and not having it impact their existing equestrian operations and their landscaping trade contractor facilities on site. So those discussions were had, but it was hard to negotiate based off of a community amenity contribution that specifically speaks to increasing residential density on sites.
So it still concerns me because I think there is an impact to the local neighborhood, and there's, so one of the other ways I looked at this is a bit like Noah's Ark. So there's 1,000 people on site that are in a nice safe place, potentially, if a debris flow comes in, but we'll just leave the neighbors. So there's no indication that we would put up a siren or that we would make the evacuations to the safe zone and provide arrows to people who are over at Sunwolf or at the reserve, or that we would leave the number lower than 1,000 to accommodate folks who live on the reserve, folks who are at Sunwolf and the neighboring houses. Like, shouldn't we make sure that refuge could be reached in 2 to 10 minutes by everyone in that pocket? Maybe that is an amenity. And so instead of someone just alerting the people on site, there's a siren that gets rung. Maybe everyone's already heard the rumbling noise, but there's enough room for everybody on the refuge rather than just people attending the event. I mean, I think there needs to be an amenity here. This is a change in use. We have discretion here. And maybe it's not sort of a typical residential rezoning, but this is a dangerous place for people to be. And right now we have no alternative for the residents who live there. Well, I'll put that out there. Councilor Reyes.
Thank you. The other was raised in an earlier comment is about the number of different events, and the TUP was quite specific to that. And so that is what the surrounding neighborhood would have become used to, I presume, over the last 3.25 years. Does the notice about the rezoning and the referrals that goes out to them, does it specifically highlight the fact that this would now be unrestricted for events?
Through you, Mayor, the public hearing notice has not gone out yet, has not been scheduled, but it can include that specific point that this zoning is to allow the permanent use of events on site and that it will no longer be subject to the specific restrictions of the temporary use permit.
The difficulty I have with that is well, the applicants have had apparently good last 3.5 years and performed well. When we zone property, they could sell it tomorrow to people that might not be as diligent, and we would only have the zoning to rely on. And so I, as much as I admire the applicants for what they've been able to do with this property, I don't want to rely on their abilities and reputation in a zoning application. And so I'm wondering if we could control that, and not necessarily to the point that it's controlled under TUP, but at some happier number for the surrounding neighborhood by way of restrictive covenant. And so over time, it's relatively easy to change a restrictive covenant without going through the whole zoning application. And I'll just leave you to think about that, but that is a concern I have right now, is that the public isn't, and maybe the Squamish Nation hasn't really thought about it because they've gotten used to something over the last 3-odd years and may not be expecting something different to show up as a result of the zoning application. So, but I know that's a concern. I've seen other applications similar to this in other parts of the regional district, and that can be a concern, even though they're rural properties. That can be a concern for neighbors, of just the number of events per year, and they're concentrated obviously in the periods of good weather, so it does compress it a little bit, and traffic and other things can become an issue with the neighborhood. So I'd like to know that they appreciated that, and even then, we might want to consider some restriction on that. Perhaps I'll let you decide with legal counsel whether a restrictive covenant is a good way to do that, as opposed to going through a zoning process every couple of years as circumstances may change.
Mr. Amos, no, what do you, Councilor?
One of the reasons why staff are leaning towards putting less restrictions than in the temporary use permit is because with more restrictions comes more oversight, more resources that have to be spent by staff in reviewing the event plans and making sure that it follows those all those restrictions. So, like for instance, some of the other properties in that area, they don't have those restrictions on there, and it doesn't seem to be a problem, although the size of events is absolutely different. It's just, for us, it would be a concern. The more restrictions there are, the more time we're going to be spending on it over time.
And I can appreciate that, but if it was zoned for like the TUP, excuse me, seems to me that it gives us a mechanism to deal with complaints, if there were complaints. We wouldn't necessarily go looking for the complaints. But if there were complaints about too many or something like that, then you have a tool to deal with it. Whereas if it's just open zone, you don't necessarily have that tool. So I can appreciate if we started examining every event, that would become a problem. I'll let you consider that.
Councilor Harford, and then Councilor Pettingill.
On the line of Councilor Race brought the point about relying on the proponent's ability to handle the TUP. Now we're going into a zoning process and we could sell the property. It got me to thinking about the mitigation measures that are being explored on another development that will affect this zone. And I'm wondering how, when that hypothetically at this point comes online and the debris flow hazard is mitigated, what does this zoning do or allow at that time? Just to make sure I understand because the zoning is rather permanent, has some permanency to it.
Through you, Mayor, the only real change to the zoning would be that some consideration of some new structures could potentially be allowed, that as long as they're located outside of the primary floodway. If the proponents were looking to expand potentially some equestrian or one of the other adding structures that are permitted under the uses that are provided under this rezoning application, that could be considered. But otherwise, it doesn't really affect the uses permitted in this zone. This risk assessment will be again registered on title, so that will dictate the conditions as they must be met right now, having this hazard on site. So if that hazard is mitigated, then potentially the covenant may need to be amended, but there wouldn't be there wouldn't have much of an impact on the actual zone.
I was thinking about that in reference to the CACs, potentially that being a time trigger where there could be some additional uses going on, or and to remove that covenant, to amend that, would that be a council decision at that time?
If the proponent was looking to add new uses that wouldn't be currently permitted under this rezoning in the future, if the hazard was mitigated, which could be explored, then that would need to go to council, but amending a covenant would not need, it would need to be signed by the mayor, but it wouldn't necessarily be presented to council.
If I may, I think it depends on the magnitude. Some of these provisions are not only related to hazard, but also the surrounding area. Like the number of people attending, if it's completely unlimited, it could have a much bigger impact. So I think that we would bring that type of decision for council. Then it is still discretionary for the district whether to amend the covenant or not.
Councilor Pettingill?
Well, a couple of comments that have been raised at Councilor Reese's point about, there may be a new owner in the future. And this is a case where I think a complaints-based oversight may not be appropriate given the 10-minute window, making sure that no one is off that safe zone at night, all those things where we may want much more proactive enforcement or require that, given the level of risk here. So can you speak to how we might manage that?
Yes, so far with the temporary use permit, the way we've been monitoring is when the big events are happening, normally multiple departments like fire, bylaw enforcement, planning, we'll do a site visit. We get notified about the event that it's upcoming, and then we'll do a site visit during the event to make sure that it's generally in keeping with all of the conditions of the temporary use permit. And I think the requirement in the restricted covenant will continue to be that for those large events, we need to get like a site management plan submitted prior to the event, and we would probably still continue to monitor it.
And so would the cost of that monitoring be covered through event permits or that sort of thing, or would that be a municipal cost?
It would be a municipal cost. Event permits only apply to events that are on district property, essentially.
I wonder if you could just outline what conditions would be put on adoption? Because oftentimes before we go to public hearing, we can see a list of what conditions are there. And you've mentioned a few of them tonight, but I think they need to be available to the public when we go to public hearing.
Absolutely, we can bring the specifics around each one of those conditions to the public hearing. Exactly the type of things that you would see in the restricted covenant, which probably is the most important piece of this.
Council, any more questions? Someone want to put a motion on the floor?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
You'll move second reading and that public hearing is scheduled for February 12th at 6 p.m.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilor Race. Do you want to speak to it, Councilor Stone?
I'll just say that I do think it is important that when we do go out for the public hearing, that we include the details around the potential increase in the number of people for the events, as well as the removal of the cap of the number of events that's currently within the temporary use permit. I'd like to see that that's explicit.
Thank you. Councilor Race?
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to make the same point. I think the notice of public hearing should very clearly state out the differences between the TUP and the zoning with respect to number of events, size of events, et cetera, that are possible or proposed, or that might be if we do try to constrain it in some fashion through a covenant, what the differences are. Because I think it would be very easy for surrounding neighbors to think it would be business as usual when it might not be. The other aspect of this that frankly troubles me, and with respect to the geotech that put it together, that warning system just sounds goofy. And so I would think we would look for some other form of warning system, and a siren or something like that would be perhaps more appropriate as a way of communicating to 1,000 people that they should go from here to somewhere over there. There may be other ideas. I see a gentleman's got his hand up in the back of the room, but I wasn't going to suggest we talk to him right now. You may want to talk to him. I'm supporting this to go through the process to public hearing and let the public chime in this, but I am concerned that the public understand exactly what they're getting in this zoning around it, because particularly we have had a course of conduct over the years to highlight the differences to that. The siren could come down if we do build a mitigation structure up the Chikai, but otherwise I think we want to have some better system for warning people and signage, and how you actually regulate that, I'm not sure. I'll leave it at that.
Councilor Vega?
Yeah, I'm struggling with this one, to be honest. When I mean, in general, I like what's happened there in the past. I sort of ignore the risk. But when I look at that risk and if I want to take those, the reports we've gotten seriously, and when I think about maybe turning down some of the requests from people at the airport and what they want to do there before we have more information on mitigations on it, I really struggle with a rezoning. I could maybe support extensions to the TUP at this point, but I'm feeling pretty hesitant on the rezoning and even proceeding to a public hearing at this point.
Any other comments, Councilor? I have to say I'm on the fence with this one because I feel like we're months away from getting a bit more detail on the area-wide mitigation, and we're contemplating a rezoning. Certainly I'll support going through to public hearing, but for me, the idea that there's no community amenity contribution, the idea that one site has a refuge that's available to the people on that site is a non-starter for me. I think we should be building pathways and evacuations for everybody in that area until there's area-wide mitigation. It seems to me that is potentially an amenity that can be offered to the nation, to the guests at Sunwolf and the neighboring homes. And therefore, having one person that would somehow alert people, I think there needs to be a way to alert everybody through a loud siren, that sort of thing, something. But there's holes in that piece of the proposal about how notification happens and how you get 1,000 people that might be there for Blessed Coast or something, all moving in one direction at the same time with possibly 2 minutes. So I will support taking it through to public hearing, but I'm holding reservations about making this permanent change at this point in time before we understand the area-wide mitigation and what that frees up once we do that. Councilor Race?
Yeah, and I didn't say it, but I sort of feel the same way. I'm happy to support second reading at this point, just to keep the process going. The other thing that other councillors might not know is that there's a statutory limit to these TUPs, and you can only have one renewal, and we're in it. And it's just until September. But what I'd ask staff is, the other possible solution to this is, because we don't know yet what's going to happen as far as mitigation goes. We have thoughts, but we just don't have the engineering yet, and that might be some time away before we actually get that, a year or so. Is whether there's another route to take. TUPs, if I understand it correctly, can't be renewed more than once, but you could have a new TUP for a slightly different use or a somewhat different use. And maybe that, at this time, is a better solution until there's some more certainty farther up the cheek eye on what might come there. So I'll just leave that thought with staff as kind of a fallback if we didn't think that this was the time for rezoning.
Thank you. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Pettengill opposes. Motion carries. Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute stretch break, please. Thank you. We're back in a special meeting for January 8th, and we are now on District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200-2011, amendment bylaw 1080 Wilson Crescent. Over to you, Pat.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, my name is Jonas Melnishkus, Director of Community Planning, and unfortunately Asia was not able to be with us here today, so I got the lucky job of presenting this application as well. This is a second reading for the bylaw. The first reading was in October of 2018, so not that long ago.
Who's with you, Mr. Melnishkus?
Pardon me?
Who's with you at the table?
Oh, Devin, he's, how do you pronounce your last name? Kionaga. He is the municipal engineer.
Thank you.
Okay, so here we go. This is 1080 Wilson Crescent. It is an extremely small property located at the corner of Wilson Crescent next to the rail line. The OCP designation is residential neighborhoods. The current zoning is multiple unit residential 2, RM2. and the surrounding neighborhood is also predominantly zoned for multifamily residential. However, the size of the property essentially does not permit any development because of the setbacks, because it is so small. So the proposal is to rezone from RM2 to a comprehensive development zone. This happens to be zone 93, to permit a single unit dwelling, essentially a very small home. So the lot area is 456 square feet. The proposal includes minimal setbacks to accommodate a house on this lot. It's a triangular shaped lot, and at its widest point, it's just under 7 meters. So I'm going to go over some of the same information we did at the first reading, just because some of the council members weren't here at that time. So the proposed single unit dwelling is shown here. It is a 3-story dwelling with a cupola, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, above the 3rd story. It has an external staircase on the southeast side for the dwelling to access the upper stories. The ground floor is just over 100 square feet, which contains an undersized parking space, 8 by 15 feet. The lot is located in a flood hazard area, so no habitable space can be at the ground level, which is the first floor, which is typical in this area. The second floor is 236 square feet, and the 3rd floor is also the same size. So the total area of habitable floor space in this house would be 472 square feet. Here's an overview of the proposed metrics for the CD93 zone that could accommodate the application. The table provides also a comparison to RS3 and the current RM2 town-owned zoning metrics. The proposed setbacks are much smaller than both the RS3 and RM2, given the property size. And the FAR and the lot coverage is higher as well, given the property size. The height is relatively in line with the current RM2 zoning. The applicant submitted a request to make these changes. However, those changes did not happen at the first reading, and the first reading proceeded as proposed, so we're not showing those this time. As I said, the parking size does not meet, the proposed parking stall does not meet our size requirements. It's 8 foot by 50 feet, but it is possible that a very small vehicle could be parked on site. However, a regular stall would be 9 by 19 feet for a small car. Sorry, that's for a regular car. Our small car stall is 8.2 feet by 17.4 feet. The lot has a number of site challenges. So the red dashed line in the photo is a rough representation of the lot lines. So you can see that it is fairly small. The chain link fence at the back of the lot delineates the edge of the railway right-of-way. The tracks are located on the other side of the fence behind the bushes. So the property is approximately 25 meters away from the actual rail line. CN does not support the development, but it has provided a list of mitigation strategies that they would like to see included. The power pole at the far end of the lot supports power lines, which could be within the limits of approach for worker safety during construction of the site. So the applicant has been advised to work with BC Hydro to resolve any challenges around the hydro lines if the rezoning proceeds. The lines are approximately 1.5 meters from the lot line. The sanitary lift station behind the municipal employees here in the picture requires access by district staff for regular maintenance. When open for maintenance, odors can be an issue. In addition, public works vehicles need to park adjacent to the station for servicing. These district vehicles may limit driveway access to the proposed home at any time of the day. The lift station is approximately 3 meters away from the property. A non-functioning culvert is located under the road and would direct water to the proposed site if functioning. a stormwater feature to address stormwater in the boulevard area and on the lot is needed. So both the lot as well as the district needs some stormwater management there. The district's expectation is that the applicant will design and install this feature as part of the servicing agreement, again, if the proposal proceeds. A fire hydrant is located approximately half a meter from the lot and is too close to the lot to be utilized in the event of a fire. So the fire hydrant will need to be moved to resolve this issue. And again, the district has offered to supply a new hydrant, but it is the district's expectation that the applicant will cover the cost of labor for the move and the cost of additional piping. Generally, the OSP policy supports small developments such as this. It encourages micro units, flex units, and tiny homes where appropriate and able to be serviced with adequate water and sewer services. So, subject to a number of conditions, the staff recommendation is to continue proceeding with this rezoning through the second reading. Thank you.
Questions, council? That should say second reading, right? That's not.
Yes, sorry.
Councilor Anderson.
This corner, if you like, on Wilson Crescent, for a very long time was a trail crossing the tracks into the bush there. There was a mini bike rental business right across the street years ago, but more recently has been a trail to camping, if you like, homeless people in the bush there. Now recently, in my recent visits, I don't see any sign of active use of that as a thoroughfare. But in previous, not so long ago, that fence had a hole in it, and it was, anyway, I don't see a reference to this issue, and it may no longer be an issue, but I think it should be a consideration that we don't want to facilitate, or we certainly would want to discourage new use of that corner as an inappropriate access route for pedestrians across the tracks and into the woods across the way. I note in the last photo that you had, the fence continues right to the wood fence of the adjacent, yes, so behind the sanitary lift station, that's where the hole in the fence has always been. And the pathway across into the woods there. There's often, you'll see, we pick up, stream keepers often are patrolling this area and pick up grocery buggies right at that corner. So my question then is that should consideration be given, as I don't see it thus far in the report, to making sure there isn't any new or continued trespass access across the road, across through there. That won't be on the property line, of course, within there, but in that general corner.
For you, Mayor, we weren't aware of this issue, and I just went by there today and didn't see any trespassing. So is the question whether there is any potential to improve kind of the barrier to the rail line in this area?
Yes.
We could, I mean, there has been an amenity proposed because the density is not going up on the site. However, we could have conversations with the applicant whether some contribution could be put forward towards improving the fencing in that location.
The new OCP has provision for consideration in development approval information now required includes railway proximity. And I'm wondering if you might be able to briefly describe how that is addressed. You've spoken to the referral to CN Rail, but the fact that not all of CN's proposals or conditions have been met, how are we to interpret that in light of our own expectation regarding railway proximity issues? How far do we go in meeting CN's concerns?
That is a good question. So we, I will note that this application we received back in 2015, and my understanding is complying with all the CN requirements would probably make this project unfeasible. So we always look at what is practical. We have a lot of development in Squamish that is within the same proximity, even in this area, to the rail line. And so in this case, what we're recommending is a notice covenant as well as some restrictive provisions that would be secured in a covenant for the building in terms of materials that it uses.
Thank you.
Councillor Race, and then Councillor Herford.
Thank you. So the hydro line, I understand the hazard during construction, so that would be carpenters working on the house would be too close to the hydro lines.
Potentially.
But once, once the structure was built, is there any distance that it has to be separated from the house, and would it meet those, or would the hydro lines have to be moved permanently?
I know that the building code will does have implications for proximity to the hydro lines, and BC Hydro might have those standards. They will, in order to get a building permit, they will have to meet both the building code and the hydro requirements.
So it could be a building code issue?
It's a building code issue. It's something that we will be addressing at building code, same with the fire hydrant.
And just one other question. Can you tell me, is there parking allowed on Wilson Crescent at that point?
There is some on-street parking in the Wilson Crescent area, just south of this, or would be southeast.
I mean, sort of this way from the picture.
Yes. And I believe the Wilson Crescent neighborhood plan envisions some on-street parking along that that section of Wilson Crescent, so southeast of this side.
Thank you.
Councillor Herford, and then Councillor Stoner.
My question's also parking related. That addresses a portion of it. The parking space, as it was shown there, is quite small. So are we to assume that someone who lives in a small house drives an extremely small house drives an extremely small car, and that will accommodate that? Or are we just assuming that probably one vehicle is going to occupy either that public works parking or on-street parking, the proximity of the fire hydrant, and how much space we actually have there for a vehicle that's going to be there, someone lives there, so daily. And how is that made?
So the proposal does not meet our parking stall dimensions. It is possible that somebody could own a very smart car and be able to park in there. Like the report outlined, there are requirements for public works to be accessing this this area at any time. So even parking on the property could be a concern in that we're going to be blocking access. So at this point, what we're proposing is to have a zero parking requirement, because it is a very unique property with a very small house on it, and it is likely that somebody who is going to be willing to or is interested in living in that side of the space would probably be okay without having a car, potentially.
Are you good, Councillor Stoner, or Herbert, for now? Yeah, Councillor Stoner, and then Councillor Race.
So my question is around long-term access to the sanitary lift station and the need for eventual replacement of it. Can you just remind me of the timeline and when we think that replacement might need to happen, and how seriously this proposal might impact access to do that?
Sure. So, through you, Mayor, sorry, for clarification, that had nothing to do with parking, just specifically the actual lift station itself.
Yeah.
So the lift station itself is not slated, it's not on any schedule currently to be replaced. The sewer master plan does not identify this as a degrading station or put any timeline to it. So at this point, we don't know at this point. There's no indication that under current zoning there'd be any capacity issues. So provided there wasn't any significant increase in load, it would strictly be due to degradation of the wet well itself or the equipment. That being said, to replace the wet well, which is the tank that the pumps actually sit in order to access that, if we ever had to access it, it would be a significant
disruption to, say, access to that property in the sense that we would be working right up against the property line, possibly encroaching. And that's why there is actually a setback along a portion of the frontage that allows us to get adequate slope to be able to excavate down as deep as we need to. In reality, there would probably be other, we'd be looking at other options for how to excavate, so using shoring or other techniques, essentially. So it'll definitely make it more difficult having the property there. That being said, we have this in other locations as well, so it's not that this is a very unique scenario in terms of having close proximity. This is very close, though, in that it would pose some access issues for sure. We'd have to be smart about how we want to build it.
Is there another hand? Yes, Councilor Briggs.
Thank you. So, with respect to the parking out front, I mean, would it be sufficient just to put a no parking zone there, for example? So there was no resident parking, so it's available for service vehicles 24/7?
Yes, I mean,
I understand that we expect now that there will be parking on the street, but we wouldn't want it there, not in that specific spot.
Through Mayor. So the expectation is that there would be no parking directly in front of the property because that is where we access, where we park our service vehicle for access. The hydrant will be moving kind of towards us in the picture. And so that is going to push any street parking essentially out of the photo, so southeast along the road. So there would be street parking, but it would be away from the property.
And if you were trying to do work in the lift station, which from this diagram looks like it's down towards the sharp end of the triangle there, where the house, I'm going maybe by the first reading report, the house is not down that far. That's the yard more or less. My recollection is the house is at the wider end of the triangle.
Yeah, there we go. It's kind of faint, but yes, you can see that.
So it might be necessary to have access across that vacant part of the triangle, which is down, if I'm looking at the lower right-hand plan, it would be the lower right corner of the lower right-hand plan.
All right, sorry, can I ask for clarification on what the access would be for?
Oh, just to get into the backside of the lift station, if you had to get a machine in there or something like that for people or whatever. Could you take an easement over that part of it? Would that work? Or right away, I guess would be. Just so you had the right to go on the property if you had to do work in the lift station.
So we have, sorry, through Mayor, so we have discussed about taking a right-of-way along the frontage for, I think it's a foot. I can't remember exactly how deep into the front setback it would go, but yeah, we could look at obtaining that along that corner, I guess. But that we have already had a conversation along those lines for us to be able to make sure that we can get access and excavate.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So it's a small home and a lot of complexity. I've seen this come before council a few times. A lot of discussion. I'm assuming a lot of cost on the municipal side and probably proponent side. Are we paying attention to sort of cost benefit? You know, and are we able to learn something from this that will make a similar project in the future faster? And I'm just sort of, trying to wrap my head around, we want unique things and to figure out good ways, innovative ways to solve our housing challenges, but I wonder if the return on investment with this level of complexity isn't there, and are we spending a whole lot of money for little benefit?
Certainly we've spent a lot of time on this application. I think I said it in the previous reading, the small applications, they tend to take up just as much time as big complex projects because you still need to figure out how to develop a property. This property, I think, is sort of unique in that it is extremely small and it's located to a number of district and BC Hydro and CN Rail infrastructure. So my hope is that we don't have to do this again because I don't think there's going to be another property just like this one. But every development is different, and every development has a cost. When we set our fees, we sort of, look at our staffing levels. People are working on applications, and we try to balance. Bigger projects, we get more application fees. Smaller projects such as this, we get very little fees, but overall, over the year, it balances out. So that I think the cost recovery in the long run is there. But certain applications, such as this one, do take more than others.
Councilor Reese?
Thank you. So now you've raised another question. So how very small is this property? In other words, if we were zoning small houses in some other place, and I saw this afternoon in the discussion around the Chikai Fan, there's an area that had small house subdivision. Do we have any idea how, if we had a choice, how big this lot would be and still be a small house lot?
Yes, it would be much bigger than this. I think with smaller homes and the idea of having a cluster of smaller homes together, it works on bigger properties because you can share the services, you can share the open space. So this is unique in that it is just one home like this. I think if we were entertaining a tiny home development, the benefit would be on bigger property sharing those amenities.
Any other questions, Council? The motion presented to us by staff is to approve second reading and set a date for a public hearing. Does anybody want to move that motion? Councilor Reese? Moved by Councilor Reese, seconded by Councilor Anderson. Any comments? Councilor Reese?
Thank you. Yeah, and this is a challenging application. There's just no doubt about it. You want to try to be innovative. You want to try to accommodate and deal with some of the constraints. There certainly are challenges. I just think that at this point, given what's happened and some of these challenges going forward, I think it can go to the public in the public hearing and carry on in the process. And not to be confused with approval of the project generally. This is just second reading. I think it is worthwhile to do that, just to, I guess, explore for the proponent and for us some of the challenges of this type of housing, because we do want to see some different forms of housing, and this is certainly one of them.
Councilor Stoner, then Councilor French.
Yeah, there's no doubt that this is a challenging property and a challenging proposal. I want to thank the proponent for the creativity and design that has been brought forward. We talked earlier today about the need for a diverse housing stock, and tiny homes makes up part of that. There's no doubt that this lot is particularly challenging, and we've invested a lot of time and energy, I think, from a municipal perspective, but I think there's also lots that can be learned, so I'm happy to see this go to public hearing and continue on through the process.
Thank you, Councilor French.
I support going to third reading as well, and echo what my colleague has just said, and take note of the fact that this came to the District of Squamish originally in 2015. It's a long period of time for a tiny piece of property. Clearly, the challenges around it would have contributed to that time lag. So I'm looking forward to allowing this proponent to get deeper into the process in a timeline that's already been long.
Thank you, Councilor Herbert, then Councilor Fenfield.
Yeah, thank you. I like this. I mean, it's very creative for a very challenging piece of property, and it does feel like a bit of an experiment. And one of the things that could happen in an experiment is it could not be successful once it's implemented, but it is very small. So any negative impacts to the area are probably about the size of a half-ton pickup truck. So I'm happy to support this moving forward and look forward to the public hearing.
Councilor Pena.
So given where we are in history, and based on some of the comments from my fellow councillors, I will be supporting this. I am interested to see what comes out of the public hearing. I think based on what I've seen so far, though, on this one, I might be more inclined if a similar thing came forward to quash that first reading next time. But for this one, I'm happy to support it.
I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right. Next up, item B1. District of Squamish Housing Agreement Bylaw 1111 Pioneer Way. So this is in response to the DP with variances that we approved earlier.
Yes, I don't have any formal presentation, but I can do a verbal one very quickly. So it is for 18 units, secured in perpetuity. The units will be market rental, so the housing agreement does not dictate the rents, or limit the rents. Be privately owned, and the main provision from our perspective in this agreement, as with other agreements, is the non-stratification clause, in that those units have to stay as one strata lot, which secures them, which means that there's less oversight needed by the district to make sure that they're rental units.
Any questions, council? Move the motion, Councillor Race, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up, item 2 is District of Squamish Fees and Charges Bylaw, Amendment Bylaw number 2653, 2018.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Linda Clausen. I'm the Manager of Financial Operations, and I'm waiting for Shannon White. She should be here in a moment, but maybe I'll continue, and by the time we get to her slides, she'll be here. So at the December Council meeting, Council provided direction to staff for annual utility budget fee increases for the water, sewer, and solid waste. We talked about the frontage parcel tax repeals, and we talked about the change in multifamily metered water rate structure and utility category cleanup. During that time, we talked about water rate increases of 4%, and sewer rate increase of 1%.
Yes, apologies, Council. My name is Shannon White. I'm a Sustainability Coordinator at the District of Squamish, and I'm here to speak about the solid waste utility fees.
And we're going to update the solid waste collections and tipping fees, talk about the redistribution of the water and sewer frontage tax and the metered structure and just the categories.
So sorry, Ms. Clausen, this is item 2, 3, and 4
Yes.
on our agenda. Okay, thank you.
Should we continue?
Yep.
Okay. Starting with the 2018 rates for single-family dwelling for the water was $4.24 and the sewer is $5.58. We added on the parcel tax, so the adjusted rates for 2018 would have been $4.57 for water and $4.98 for sewer. The proposed fee increases, as discussed at the budget talks, was 4%, so it related to $17 for water and $5 for sewer, or 1%. And because the parcel tax is basically going to be redistributed to all the units in the utilities, we actually have a little bit of parcel tax sharing, so it actually reduces the residential fees. So the proposed budget for bylaw for water is $4.69, and for sewer is $5.95. A few comments on the multifamily rate comparison. The average home uses about 320 cubic meters. The multifamily metered bylaw is going to have a minimum of 112 cubic meters. That is basically the usage that we found that the senior residents were using when we did the analysis for 2017. The 2019 flat rate for water is $4.69. The minimum rate for the multifamily metered is $164. That's the 35%. That's 112 cubic meters over the 320. And we were going to phase in the senior metered rate, 50% this year and 50% next year. So that results in $131. If the multifamily metered units use more than 112 cubic meters per year per unit, they would be charged $1.46 per cubic meter for the year.
And so I'll just speak to the rates that are related to solid waste utility. So the first one is the curbside collection rate. So what has been proposed in the 2019 budget is an increase of the curbside collection. So this is really for garbage and organic pickup at all homes that are serviced through our curbside collection. And so the rate increases from 2.6 for the small totes to 7% for the medium and large totes, as previously discussed at the budget workshops. With regards to landfill tipping rates, so there is several tipping fees that have been proposed to be changed. In the screen above, and then also in the report to council, we have outlined two options as requested by council. So the first option is what we're calling scenario 1, and it is to cover 0.5 of a full-time equivalent employee, and they would be working on solid waste outreach around the bylaw implementation and engagement, and ensuring that there's compliance within the community around the solid waste bylaw. And then scenario 2 has a slightly elevated fee for all of the rates related to garbage compared to scenario 1, and that is to to cover 0.75 FTE. And so I just want to highlight what the landfill tipping fee increases are from 2018 to 2019 proposed. So because it looks like there are quite a few, but all the ones that are at the 155 or 158 level are related to garbage. Then our mixed waste rate has an increase, proposed increase to $330 from $325. The dirty and clean wood also have increases. There is a significant increase for both of these, and that is to cover a few things. One item is to cover the increase that we're seeing in the tip fee that we have to pay as a district and market to handle dirty wood waste, as well as there's a surcharge for the wood loads, which is that $100 per metric ton. And that is a new rate, and what's happening is that large users or customers at the Squamish landfill who have large amounts of clean and dirty wood bring it directly to the lot behind landfill for safety and efficiency reasons. However, we've been finding that users have been misusing this system and dumping loads that are highly contaminated with either garbage, soil, boulders, stumps, things that aren't clean or dirty wood. So this rate is to really financially incentivize people customers to bring the proper materials into that lot for processing. And then also there's a concrete fee, which we previously were not accepting concrete. And this is really a fee that we would like to implement for small loads. So it's up to 110 kilos, which is around the equivalent of 5 kind of small 5-gallon pails. So it's really for kind of a person who's doing a small sidewalk or residential project. The intention is not to service large users. We've priced our concrete tip fee higher than that, what is the site in town who does concrete recycling, because we want to encourage large users to bring it directly there. We'll collect from people who have small loads and then bring it to the large recycler. So that I just want to walk through, those are the changes that we proposed and discussed at the budget workshops, and then those are the 2 scenarios as requested by council. And then this slide, as also requested by council, there was a discussion around how do the tip fees, our tip fees, proposed ones, compared to the Resort Municipality of Whistler and the North Shore Transfer Station, which are kind of our 2 other end users, I guess, or sorry, excuse me, disposal areas in our corridor. And as you can see, there aren't any real discrepancies that are a concern to staff. There are some differences. We have a slightly higher garbage rate. However, North Shore Transfer Station has a different fee structure for their garbage, so that's not a concern. Also, our wood waste, clean wood waste, is higher than the Resort Municipality of Whistler. That's because they handle their wood waste on site, which we are not able to do in the same manner that they are. And we also have the surcharge for wood that they do not have. We also accept asbestos and concrete, which they do not. And again, our gypsum or drywall is higher than the North Shore Transfer Station. However, as I mentioned, none of these differences are of concern, and we don't really think they will affect in a meaningful manner the movement of solid waste from Squamish. To or from, I should add. And so,
And in summary, just wanted to highlight the change in a residential home for utilities. In 2018, if they were using a medium tote, the utilities would cost $1,325, and in 2019, the cost would be $1,353, or a change of $28. And in front of you, we have these recommendations that the District of Squamish Fees and Charges Bylaw number 212, 2007, Amendment Bylaw 2563, 2018 be given first 3 readings. That the District of Squamish Waterfront Frontage Tax Bylaw number 322, 1969, Repeal Bylaw number 2654, be given first 3 readings, and then the District of Squamish Sewer Frontage Tax Bylaw number 414, 1972, Repeal Bylaw number 2655, 2018, given the first 3 readings. As an alternative, we have this recommendation for the solid waste.
So to be clear, you need guidance from council on which option they're choosing on the solid waste.
Exactly.
Okay. Questions, council? Councilor Pettengill.
So just for clarification, we're approving this now largely because it's 2019, there's 2019 fees, and we want people to know what they are, but it doesn't preclude, like, in the budget process, we will probably possibly be having a deeper discussion regarding some of the correspondence we've received about when pickup happens and what sort of pickups we have and that sort of thing. And so that's still to come this year.
Through the mayor. So the way that the curbside collection fees have been presented, it is the current 14 additional weekly organics as per previous years. During the budget workshop, staff wasn't given direction to include the additional pickups in November, as had come up through comments from the public. So as what is proposed is end of April to the end of October weekly organics.
Any other questions? Councilor Hartford?
Yeah, the alternative recommendation here, so the alternative Schedule 20 is the 0.75 of the position.
You want to answer that?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
I don't see any more questions, so, do you have a question? Yeah?
Do we have, or is it easy enough to get, we have a longer term plan for municipal-wide water metering, but in the interim, for waste collection, water, I understand as a community, we bring down the amount of waste we produce, the amount of water we consume, we would see our individuals' bills go down to a point. Just like to clarify that's correct, and do we have a sense of, as a community, if we reduced our water consumption by 10%, we would actually next year not see a need to raise fees? Do we have any analysis of that sort?
I might get our financial officer to tackle that. A lot of the savings is the lack of need to invest in capital. But we still have to pay for the utility that we run. So it's not a one-to-one comparison, but I'll, turn it over to.
Well, thank you, Mayor Elliott. I'll do my best. Essentially, there isn't, to my knowledge, a specified analysis specific to that. There are some long-range plans, and there are assumptions made in those master plans that indicate when we would have to renew infrastructure, and that's based on growth and rates as they are now. At some point, that might be revised in a future master plan, but would it happen next year? Probably not. It would require a longer master plan planning process to really flush out when that next replacement or expansion of a facility would be required. I don't know if you have anything further to add to that.
I guess only that I think in water it's very straightforward in that sense, that less consumption means less capital, which means less fees. Solid waste is a little bit more counterintuitive. Less garbage means delaying our horizontal expansion and delaying that very large capital expenditure, which is great. But it also means less revenue because we get revenue per ton of garbage. So the business case is a little bit more nuanced, but it still falls strongly in the delaying. Filling our landfill is a good thing for everybody financially.
If I may just circle around on the one concept though of the water metering, I think we did talk about this during budget. Global reduction or usage in water can have some savings because there's variable cost to cost of water and chlorination and things like that. But there is still the fixed cost platform that we have to pay for. And so usage globally going down doesn't necessarily equate to rates going down overall, just to clarify that.
Thank you. Any other questions? So we will vote on all of these separately. So council, the first one, the motion is on the floor, is the 0.5 position in the solid waste utility. So council, you can move the staff recommendation, which is the 0.5, or you can move the alternate recommendation, which is 0.75. So we're just doing the first bullet here. Councillor?
I'd like to move the alternate, not 175.
Seconded by Councillor Ray. Any comments? Do you want to speak to your motion?
I'll speak to my motion. The additional of this position, or the scope of the position, will lead to, I believe, some savings at the landfill, and hopefully delay the need to expand that, and will set us up to, I believe, help set us up to hit other targets as far as overall diversion rates and so on. I think it's a much needed position, so I'm happy to support the 0.75, the new position.
Councilor Reese?
Yeah, and I'm supporting it as well because it just adds a little bit to some tipping fees. But the reason I wanted to see it increased was to actually put a little bit more scrutiny into the quality of waste coming in and the diversion. And we did have a presentation a couple of weeks ago about our problems we were having with diversion. And so this is, to me, one of the ways we can help address that.
Councilor French?
I'll support this as well, with the knowledge that the extra fees being collected will be going towards educating the community about the importance of reducing the amount of material and volume going into the landfill. Not a big fan of increasing fees in this way because I think our community is already overtaxed, but I think this particular case, we're going in a positive direction with a plan.
Seeing no further comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So the next one is District of Squamish Water Frontage Tax, number 322-1969, repeal bylaw number 2654-2018. Moved by Councilor Ray, seconded by Councilor Stoner. I'm not feeling that we need a lot of discussion on this one. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And the last one is District of Squamish Sewer Frontage Tax Bylaw, repeal bylaw number 2655-2018. Moved by Councilor Stoner, seconded by Councilor Herford. Any comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 5, District of Squamish Notice Enforcement Bylaw, number 2418-2015. This is amendment bylaw to minor adjudication.
I gotta get them. So cute. Quite. Bill is here this whole time, I saw come in. Yeah.
All right. You're up, Chief Stoner. Yes, absolutely. Sorry we didn't give you a little more notice.
Yeah.
Bill Stoner, Fire Chief and currently Acting Manager of Bylaw and Animal Control.
Do you want any more hats, Chief Stoner?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Just checking.
Here today, asking for the first three First three readings of amendment bylaw to the District of Squamish Notice Enforcement Bylaw number 2418-2015. Really quickly, it's a very quick, two short little sentence changes. Shouldn't take more than an hour and 15 minutes to get through this.
Thank you for the levity.
The first change has to do with adjudication. Squamish is currently a member of the North Shore Bylaw Notice Dispute Registry Agreement. So basically, anytime someone in Squamish wants to dispute a bylaw notice, it's currently done in the North Shore in the city of North Vancouver. North Vancouver no longer wants to continue offering this service, so Squamish will be looking after its own adjudications in the process. In order to make this change cost effective, we will be working with the resort municipality of Whistler and sharing the cost of adjudicators, travel time, etc. as they come into the area. Very certain that we can make this change without having an impact on our budget. The second change that we want to have is that with the role of a screening officer, and a screening officer is if someone has a ticket or a bylaw notice that they want to dispute, they would see a screening officer. The screening officer would explain the details of the bylaw notice, if someone wanted to continue and challenge it, they would set up adjudication, or if the district felt they didn't have a very good case for adjudication, then we could dismiss the ticket at that point. Currently, this is handled by a bylaw adjudication clerk, and that position is currently not filled, so the only other two people in the district who can do it are the manager of legislative services and the legislative assistant, and I'm told they already have quite a bit else to do. So we want to expand the role of screening officer to bylaw enforcement and animal control supervisor, to the bylaw officers as well, though they would never screen their own tickets or bylaw notices, and also to administrative clerk, bylaw enforcement and animal control. It's not currently a position that is staffed or even exists, but it's a possible future thing, and while we're here, we might as well look to the future. Those are the two changes. Pretty simple. The exact wording of the changes is attached. And again, we're hoping for the first 3 readings today.
Thank you. Any questions, Council? Councilor Pettengill?
Can you just clarify is it the same or similar staff positions in Whistler that will act as screening officers?
I don't know exactly who does it in Whistler, but I have spoken to them a little bit. I know that their bylaw officers are screening officers. I don't know who else, and I believe that their clerk is a screening officer as well. I don't know who else beyond that.
Any other questions? Someone move a motion? Councilor Rice, move the staff recommendation. First 3 readings, seconded by Councilor Stoner. Seeing no comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Finished early. Thank you.
Thank you for not taking an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, next up, item 5A1, UBCM Childcare Program Grant Application Endorsements.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Happy New Year. My name is Sarah McJanet. I'm a senior planner with community planning, and I work on a variety of healthy community planning initiatives. The report before you tonight presents District of Squamish proposals that we've developed in collaboration with School District 48, Sea to Sky School District, as well as Sea to Sky Community Services Society, in response to 2 federal provincial grant funding opportunities that are being administered by UBCM for childcare action planning and new space creation. So the purpose before you tonight is to discuss those opportunities and then seek council endorsement. These are time-sensitive applications that we've been working on and hope to finalize for the upcoming submission deadline of January 18th. For this briefing, I've just put together some key information for council, including a little backstory on the district's involvement in childcare matters over the last several years, our local government roles in childcare. I'll provide details of the new funding opportunities that are available to BC local governments, recap the demonstrated need for childcare in Squamish, as has been outlined in our recent needs assessment and strategy. I'll walk you through the grant proposals quickly and the partnerships, and then we'll have a sober look at organizational impacts and on staff resourcing and implications for council to consider tonight, and then I'll present the recommendations. So firstly, for background, for your understanding, in mid-October, the district endorsed the Squamish Childcare Needs Assessment and Strategy. This strategy and assessment offered a really much-needed snapshot of the childcare situation in Squamish, so the challenges, the opportunities, very specific needs of children and families that have really continued to surface sort of time and again through the different engagement activities that we've been doing, predominantly through the OCP process. So the strategy that was endorsed in October established a vision, strategic directions, and a bunch of different actions for different agencies and partners, ultimately for Squamish to provide and improve accessible, affordable, and quality care. The strategy itself was funded by the province, MCFD. The district did provide some additional funding, and there was some minor in staff support by myself to support it. It was led by the early years Putting Children First coordinator with Sea Sky Community Services. They managed the consultant Spark BC, who completed the engagement and the strategy. So we participated as a stakeholder in that process. So in terms of roles, childcare provision is principally a provincial and federal responsibility. Further, understanding that BC has the primary responsibility for design of early learning and childcare programs and services. That being said, local governments, like ourselves, play an important and strategic role in supporting childcare. Our role is defined by the Local Government Act, which delegates authority and responsibility to us for land use, development planning, and business licensing. So you might be wondering why the district has been engaging in this area. Just for your knowledge, early childhood development is one of our identified priority areas, health action areas, through our healthy community collaborations with the Health Authority. It has been driven by data and health evidence, which has shown that we've seen continued high rates of vulnerability for Squamish kids over the last decade, and it's not getting much better. Also, we have rapid growth in our child and family population. Childcare space creation hasn't kept up with this demand. We've got large wait lists, especially for infant toddlers, and there's also high cost of care, which is kind of an issue, and staffing shortages. This is an issue across Metro Van and the province. Early years are a critical development period when we talk about health and wellness and equity in our OCP. It means that we're focusing on vulnerable populations like children, and so this is really an important focus in community planning. We endorsed a child charter in 2016, 2017, and embedded that in the OCP. And over the past couple of years, we have been supporting childcare by amending our zoning regulations to support childcare facilities, both residential and commercial ones. We've been addressing financial barriers for childcare operators by reducing our childcare business license fees down to $1. And we've also been maintaining childcare as an identified amenity and negotiating childcare CACs in development proposals, such as the most recent Garibaldi Springs childcare component. And we are continuing to work with partners on aligning land use regulations and licensing. So from the needs assessment and the strategy work, we have a strong vision for childcare. There are these three strategic directions for childcare, primarily to work better together with partners and to increase childcare access and affordability. So with these things in mind, in October, in addition to endorsing the strategy, the Council of the Day agreed to direct staff to work with partners to explore the opportunity to leverage some available funding for local governments. So I'm just going to talk about those funding streams and the potential projects and the associated partnerships and commitments involved. So through UBCM, there are two federal provincial funding streams available to local governments. They are providing over $150 million over 3 years to improve childcare service delivery. Of this, a certain portion will be creating new spaces for kids 0 to 5. This is a significant opportunity to kickstart childcare strategy implementation and action planning and to accelerate new space creation. So the first program and funding stream is for childcare action planning, so there's up to $25,000 available for that. And secondly, there is a funding stream devoted to childcare space creation in government-owned facilities, so there's up to $1 million available there. These grants would provide 100% of the funding, so they don't require any additional funds on the part of the district. And we also have confirmed with the funder that we do have an opportunity to co-locate childcare facilities on school district lands. In addition to this UBCM funding, we just wanted to highlight that there is provincial new spaces funding. It's sort of an additional funding stream that could provide further opportunity to the district. That could provide up to $1 million per facility, and that would be in partnership with a nonprofit childcare provider. So should we not be successful in UBCM funding, there are other funding opportunities. Thanks for hanging with me. Just briefly talking about demonstrated childcare needs. We are well positioned for this funding in that we do have a demonstrated need for coordinated action planning and new space creation. In terms of the overall growth, as Council is well aware, we are seeing continued accelerated growth. In the last census period, Squamish saw 14% growth. Matt Gunn has the red phone hotline to BC Stats, and we're going to get the provincial population numbers really soon. And they actually gave us a verbal that we are definitely over 21,000 for 2018, so we'll get those numbers to you shortly. Proportionally, though, kids make up almost 20% of our population. We've seen strong growth of children since 2006. As a cohort, kids aged 0 to 14 grew 8% between 2006 and 2011, and then by 16% in the last census period, 2011 to 2016. This is comparing to 2% growth in the province, so we are seeing very strong growth. The school district is also looking at this closely as they're projecting student population, and they're undertaking long-range facility master planning simultaneously. In addition to the strong growth, while we've seen strong growth in population, we haven't seen growth in childcare supply. Based on our recent assessment, we have a childcare access rate of just under 20 spaces per 100 kids. The access rate is expressed as the number of licensed spaces per 100 children aged 0 to 14 in the community. So this is a metric that we're actively monitoring, as many communities do. In the engagement with the childcare needs assessment, we had a really high response rate to the survey. Parent and caregiver surveys showed that 2 in 3 parents felt there was an inadequate supply of childcare in Squamish. More than a quarter of respondents had a child on a wait list. Infant, toddler, and after-school care are very high demand and in limited supply. And then, of course, that we also see affordability as a big concern. Less than half of parent caregiver respondents to the survey felt that childcare fees were sustainable for their family. We know that we have 30% of kids 0 to 17 that are in low-income families. We have a third of families that are headed by single parents, predominantly women. And then we know just on the housing front that 20% of owners and more than 36% of renters spend more than 30% of income on shelter. So this is part of the bigger affordability picture. And then there's all the challenges with staffing and space. In terms of going forward, just so that you have a clear picture here, the strategy, we have identified target access rates to work towards. The aim is to build from our current access rate of 20 towards a midterm target of 25 spaces per 100 kids over the next 5 years. This would put us in line with North Shore communities in BC. We have a long way to go before we get to an access rate like Quebec, which is at 37.4. But we do have an ambitious reach goal of 30 spaces per 100 kids. So we were actually looking at projected growth, and this is hard to read, so I'll just verbally tell you. If we look at an annualized growth rate of 2.7%, based on the mid and long-term access rates that we're trying to achieve, we would need over 800 new spaces over the next 10 years. So this would be on average 83 spaces, or 80 spaces per year. In the staff report, I had noted 100. I overshot a little bit, so I'm doing more detailed work here. And this is based on the confirmed number of licensed spaces that we have now. So we have been digging a little bit deeper into this. There is a need to figure out for those childcare spaces, how many we need, for which age groups, where do we focus those new spaces. So this is really implementation work for the childcare strategy. And as a segue into the grants, the first proposal for the UBCM childcare grant is to kickstart more detailed action planning and implementation. So if successful, we would, with the $25,000, we would outsource this work, and we propose to retain a local consultant to convene the local childcare working group that's outlined in the childcare strategy, and to update the strategy in line with the provincial childcare planning program activities and priorities. So really this would be convening partners, doing additional action planning, coordinating how, where, when the required spaces would be created, funded, operated over time across the community. And we would also be looking at supports to reduce barriers for underserved populations. So this first grant proposal would support ongoing engagement and collaboration with the early years folks. And this is also important because the funding for the Sea to Sky Putting Children First table is actually coming to an end in April. So this would sort of help things continue. And the required project completion for this grant, if we were successful, we would be funded for 1 year. The second grant program proposal is for new space creation. The proposal that we put together is to construct purpose-built childcare facilities and co-locate them on School District 48 elementary school sites. For clarity, the new facilities would essentially be owned by the District of Squamish, but we would seek a long-term lease agreement with School District 48 to site those facilities on elementary school sites. As required by UBCM, we would require a nonprofit operator to operate the childcare facility. The new spaces created would have to offer full-time care for infant toddlers, as well as school-age care for kids 3 to 5, essentially 30 months to school age. I'll just speak to the number of proposed spaces we think we can achieve momentarily. Eligible costs, again, we would receive 100% of the cost for site development and related infrastructure and building costs, any technical or consulting costs, permitting fees, as well as capital costs for furnishings and fitting up those facilities. Projects have to be completed within 2 years of the grant approval date, which is quick but possible. There is also an operational commitment for the childcare facility itself. It's the operational commitment period is tied to the amount of grant funding that is received. So for projects between $50,000 and $500,000, we would need to commit to that facility being operated for a minimum of 10 years. And then with greater funding over $500,000, there would be an operational commitment for a minimum of 15 years operating that facility as a child care center. As I mentioned, there's 2 specific sites, school sites, that are proposed as part of this package. We are proposing to co-locate childcare facilities at Mamquam and Valley Cliff Elementary. I'll talk a little bit about that. We did firstly review opportunities to integrate childcare on district lands or within public facilities. However, this was not the favored approach for a number of reasons. So the district, as you know, has limited land assets. Working through the real estate and facility strategy, we know that the available land plans that we do have, they have been prioritized for affordable housing projects and critical facilities. Because of the long-term operational commitment for the childcare that I talked about, that is actually a bit of a constraint for us because we are continuing to do facilities master planning, and it's not yet complete. So, you know, in terms of central sites where we might conceivably try and integrate childcare, like at Brennan Park or in a future municipal hall, civic complex, or in existing facilities where we are already hosting childcare, like the Forestry Center, it would be very difficult for us to integrate childcare in these sites because of that ongoing work and because of the short timeline for constructing and having a facility in operation. And we don't want to hamper or complicate a lot of that master planning and facility expansion and redevelopment opportunities. So big picture, we are thinking that co-locating childcare at school sites is a great approach. It's recommended in the childcare strategy. We are aiming to have a broad distribution of childcare centers throughout the community, centered around school neighborhood catchment areas. The school district and the Ministry of Education is very supportive. There's precedent in Squamish for childcare facilities at school sites, so both within the schools themselves and in standalone buildings. And it really helps bridge and build connection with kids and families. The school district does have growth pressures with student enrollment, so they are also looking at facility expansion. Some of the childcare facilities that are and have been housed in school facilities have been displaced by expanding classrooms, etc. Very quickly, we do have a local precedent for this approach. So the newest childcare facility that was opened in late November is the cabin at Garibaldi Highlands. This is actually a real picture, not a fancy rendering that was taken once the facility was built. So School District 48 applied for major capital funding in partnership with Sea to Sky Community Services. They are the nonprofit operator of the cabin at Garibaldi Highlands School. They created 44 new spaces, so preschool and school-age spaces. This replaced some of the childcare spaces that were in the school previously that were lost when classroom sizes expanded or contracted and the school needed more classroom space. The total cost for this building came in at $460,000 for site development, building costs, fees and permits and equipment. However, this is a site that's outside the floodplain and the build is smaller. It did not include infant toddler, which is some of the most expensive childcare space to fund and build. But this, essentially, I'm showing this to you so you can see sort of a precedent for a new childcare facility at a school site. In terms of the conceptual design and costing that we need to do for the grant, we are working with Studio Hub Architects, School District 48, and Sea to Sky to finalize conceptual site and floor plans to include with the submittal, as well as project budget estimates. There are a lot of site-specific requirements for Mamquam and the Valleycliff sites. So if endorsed tonight and if we move forward and are successful with funding, we would be doing more detailed site planning and building design that would be done to complete, to meet district requirements and all the, achieve all the necessary approvals. Since we submitted the staff report in December, based on the ongoing site review and costing, we know now that there will be increased costs to integrate the infant toddler spaces. So for the childcare facility, we are looking to include 12 infant toddler spaces, as well as 24 group care spaces for kids 3 to 5. This would actually give us 36 spaces. This is notably less than the original 72 spaces that we thought we could achieve across the two different sites outlined in the staff report. The site costs and the building costs and the fees for this integrated space, we are looking at is closer to $900,000. So we would not have the funding envelope from UBCM to do multiple facilities across 2 different school sites necessarily. For the grant, we would like to work with School District 48 and Sea to Sky to essentially select one of the 2 school sites, Valley Cliff or Mamquam. Mamquam is actually already also looking to site another childcare facility there, so we think Valley Cliff would be a great option. So I just wanted to highlight that as we progress with the site planning work, we are uncovering more costs, so we wouldn't be able to achieve the 72 that I had hoped for initially. In terms of the proposed partnerships, the grant proposal would entertain 2 key partnerships, firstly with School District 48 as the host landowner. Under a long-term lease agreement, the district would lease portions of land at the selected school for construction of a new facility. And Sea to Sky Community Services has also offered to partner in the grant application as the nonprofit childcare operator per the letter of intent that was included in the staff report. As per the funding, the childcare facility must be operated by either a public body or a nonprofit organization. Staff is supporting an upfront partnering with Sea to Sky Community Services for a couple of reasons, rather than going out to an RFP to try and track down a new operator for these facilities. Council should know that partnerships are considered very favorably out of the gate by the funder. There is a precedent and long history of School District 48 working with Sea to Sky Community Services for daycares on their school sites already. The cabin at Garibaldi Highlands is the most recent example of that. School District and Sea to Sky already have long-term operating agreements for childcare facilities inside their schools and outside. And there is also a very compressed timeline for sorting out the grant and the construction if we're successful. And further, because of the commitment that would be required for a long-term operation of a facility, the grant funder wants to see a licensed group care operator with organizational capacity and history and experience and longevity, which Sea to Sky Community Services definitely has. So all opportunities come at a cost. As they say, nothing comes for free, and we do need to consider district priorities, staff work plans, and capacity carefully as we weigh this opportunity. With the funding, we would be required to manage and the overall grant administration and all the reporting, so that would have to be a staff role. Sea to Sky Community Services has offered to share in some of this administrative support, but ultimately the responsibility would rest with the district, with staff. In the package, we have proposed myself as the appointed childcare liaison, who would manage essentially 2 consulting contracts. There would be a small contract for childcare planning with partners, and then a second contract for project management for the facility design and build at the selected elementary school in partnership with the school district. In terms of the setup, we would look for a project delivery method and a construction management contract where the project manager would do as much of the major lifting as possible to try and minimize staff time and required efforts. That said, realistically, it will take staff time to manage those contracts and the project and the grant administration. Any planning staff time for development review, and including building and engineering, would fall within our current service levels and is covered by permit fees. There would be planning and real estate staff time required to execute leases and long-term agreements with the partners. So there is overall operational work. and that needs to be weighed, I guess, with our greater budget and work plan. So on that front, we will need to reprioritize some of the community planning workload in 2019, early 2020, to accommodate a project such as this. The director and I, let's get the director, Jonas and I have looked at projects that may be delayed or postponed. These could be things like our boulevard maintenance bylaw, sign bylaw update, waste management guidelines. There's some things that we could adjust to make this work. Jonas, I don't know if you want to speak to any of that in further detail at this point.
I think you've covered it pretty well. Essentially, Sarah's workload would be impacted potentially quite significantly for that period, and so we would look at redistributing the workload that we have planned for 2019. And there's projects that are an absolute must that have to continue, and there's others where I think there's some flexibility in terms of when those happen. So, the boulevard maintenance bylaw and sign bylaw that we plan to do could probably be delayed if we are successful for this significant opportunity.
Could you speak specifically to the amount of Sarah's time and the length of Sarah's time, if we're successful?
Yeah. I can jump in there through you, Mayor Elliott. Based on the latest childcare facility build at Garibaldi Highlands, I posed that question to Sea to Sky Community Services, to the staff person that managed that project, Susie Soman. She explained to me that in terms of the time that she spent administering the grant and managing the contract, the consulting, the project management contracts, it was compressed within sort of the construction period, which was a year or less, and she said that it took sort of 3 to 5 hours of her work week to sort of manage that. In talking with the project manager for that project, however, there were some, because it was sort of a new project, there was a lot of learning that happened as well, and so there were some cost or time efficiencies that that we could definitely employ, and for learning from how that first project went on. So essentially, it's sort of probably would equate to half to a full day a week for the construction period.
Can I then follow up with why Sea to Sky is managing this project if we're going from 2 sites to 1 now?
Mayor, through you, the Sea to Sky is happy to support as much as possible grant administration, but ultimately from the funder, these are funds that are provided to local governments, and they have to hold the grant administration responsibility ultimately. But all of the operational, like the project management fees, those are all built into the project budget. So it would be in-kind staff time to manage the grant administration and the consulting contracts that would be required of staff.
Do you have any more slides?
Just the recommendation. So with that said, so staff are quite alive to the major constraints that we face and the ambitious work that we have ahead in our work plans. And also the intention and principle to try and minimize or defer investments in new facilities. We do see the need for childcare spaces. We see the significant opportunity that the funding presents. If council endorses the grants and prioritizes them, there is a way to adjust some of our workload to accommodate and enable these partnerships and the new space creation. But we recognize that there's lots of work ahead, but we do feel that it's a worthwhile project, and the new space creation is definitely needed within the district. So with that, the recommendation that we put forward is for the district to endorse the child care application proposals in principle as outlined today. and that subject to successful grant funding, the District of Squamish accept overall management of the UBCM childcare grants and associated engagement of identified project partners. Secondly, enter into long-term leases with the School District 48 to co-locate childcare facilities. I'd like to propose an amendment that the motion, if council wanted to go here, to say at either Valley Cliff Elementary School or Manquin Elementary School instead of both sites. Thirdly, the motion needs to negotiate partnering agreement or agreements with council approval with Sea to Sky Community Services Society for the operation of any municipally owned childcare facilities at either Valley Cliff Elementary School or Manquin Elementary School. Thank you very much. Open to questions.
Councillor Anderson, Pettingill, Friend.
So I have a question regarding who the partners or agencies are in the working group and behind the needs assessment strategy that was presented to the previous council in October. I'll first preface that by mentioning that the first government-approved childcare facility in Squamish was the initiative of Gwen Harry 50 years ago, who we of course have honored in the event in early November. That facility was hosted at near Totem Hall in the adjacent building and ran for a number of years and served the whole valley. So I'm wondering, is the Squamish Nation, for example, a partner in the child care working group? And would the Vancouver Coastal Health and School District 48, who are these partners behind these two initiatives, the working group and the needs assessment that was presented in October?
Great. Mayor Elliott, through you. The development of the childcare strategy engaged many partners within the community, including Squamish Nation, Ministry of Children and Family Development, Vancouver Coastal Health, the child care licensing, the person responsible for local child care licensing, Sea to Sky Community Services, engaged children and families, as well as all local child care operators and ECE staff, and members of the community through the engagement activities, workshops, community survey and such. The childcare strategy recommends a working group. That working group has not been formally convened since the childcare strategy was endorsed. That is something that requires funding to do. I did convene a smaller working group following the endorsement of the strategy to explore these grant opportunities. So at the table were School District 48. They're part of the other strategy work as well. I pulled together School District 48, Sea to Sky Community Services, Vancouver Coastal Health, the Child Care Resource and Referral group as well, to talk about the opportunity to leverage the funding. And so we have those partners. They're very actively engaged and willing to participate with us.
Councillor Pettingill?
Thank you. You briefly alluded to long-term funding, but I'm not quite clear. Can you clarify, if we are successful in these grants and we build a new space at one of the schools, is there any commitment from the province for long-term funding for this, especially if we have to make a 10 or 15-year commitment to operating these?
Yes, so Mayor, through you to the rest of council, there are lots of different funds available to the district or to local governments. So there is capital funding for new space creation that's coming through UBCM. I also mentioned this New Spaces Fund. That is provincial funding that is available up to $1 million per site for capital costs. It's not for operating costs, it's actually for capital new space creation. So that would be new builds or renovations to existing childcare facilities. The New Spaces Fund, that's provincial funding, not the UBCM funding that we're applying for initially, The New Spaces Fund has an open intake. There are, I'd have to check back on the total funding envelope that's available to local governments and nonprofit organizations. But there's no deadline, so that's an open intake that's ongoing until the funding runs out. The UBCM funding, in contrast, they have a call out for funding. The deadline is in 10 days, January 18th, so it's very quick. And it's only available to local governments for childcare space creation in local government facilities specifically. So there are some constraints around this UBCM funding. There is a little bit more leverage and opportunity with the New Spaces Fund. We thought we would put in an application. The previous council gave some support and direction to explore that opportunity, and so we're back before this council to figure out if there's kind of continued support to kind of move forward to try for this funding, but it is for capital only.
Okay, so we're talking about editing the recommendation, and I'm wondering if there is value in just taking Malcolm Elementary School completely out of the recommendation, or are we better off to leave Malcolm in there for flexibility if for some reason Valley Cliff isn't as valued a site as we think at this point?
Mayor, to answer that question, staff's recommendation would be to leave both schools within the motion to provide that flexibility as we are solidifying the proposals. We are in continued discussion with School District 48. They are supportive of both sites. We'd like to go back to them and talk about, if there's a preferred, if there's a preference for Macklin Elementary or Valley Cliff for this UBCM funding initially. So we'd like to maintain that flexibility if council is comfortable with that.
I'm curious to get an idea of your best guess at timeline. If we're successful and we get the funding, by when would the doors open for these 36 spaces?
So if we're successful in the funding, so the funding deadline is January 18th. We hope to hear whether we're successful within sort of 4 to 5 weeks. That would allow us to move forward immediately with detailed site planning, building design, and development approvals, and technical work that has to happen. And we would, for the grant application, there's a requirement to have the facilities operating within 2 years. They do allow for some extensions, but essentially it's a fairly quick process. The cabin childcare facility at GHE, construction started in June, and the facility was complete in November. So it was very, very quick. They had a lot of partners and sort of everybody working together to make this happen quickly.
Councilor Reese?
Thank you. And so there might be some cost to the district, and I'm wondering if that is part of our upcoming budget discussions, so that if we were successful, we would have that covered off.
The cost, the additional cost to the district would be through staff time. They are not part of the budget at this time because it's a new opportunity and we are not sure if we will be successful in the funding. But should we be successful, we will bring the project into the budget.
I'm going by memory now, but one of the slides I think said there was the cost of entering into the agreements. And I took that to be actual cash out, not just staff time.
Yeah, the one cost that is not eligible for funding are legal costs. So if there are legal costs required for the agreement, we're hopeful that we can basically use template agreements that the school district already has with Sea Sky Community Services for long-term operating and then for a lease. So we anticipate those will be large costs whatsoever.
So my question is, when we were trying to find an operator for Buckland, we went out to expressions of interest. And I realize the timeline's tight, but I am uncomfortable with the fact that while SC48 and Sea to Sky have an agreement that's been longstanding in terms of operating childcare, this is actually our project and we are essentially sole sourcing. And would there be time between putting in our grant application to actually put out an EOI to see if any other partners will want to come to the table?
Should we be successful in the funding, it would add, to go out with an EOI, it would definitely add time both to prepare the EOI or an RFP to go out and try and find another, or to open it up to other operators. I think it's possible, but it will add staff time to the overall process. Certainly, we are very considerate of our purchasing policy because of the agreements and the operating that the school district has with Sea Sky Community Services at all the other school sites. It was considered a sound approach to kind of go forward, and because of the compressed time. But if council as a whole is uncomfortable, we can definitely look to go out with EOI if that's the preference.
My other question is, the 25,000 grant goes in at the same time as this larger grant, so we would hear on the same time frame. If we're successful on one or both.
Hopefully, yeah.
And so couldn't we use some of that person's time to actually manage this project on behalf of the district rather than it becoming part of your role?
Absolutely. That's a great consideration to try and sort of dovetail the requirement, or dovetail the consulting contract to cover off some of the admin. Absolutely. We would, sorry, just to add to that, we would go back to the funder just to clarify and make sure that there's no issue with sort of a combined role around that. Because they are two distinct funding streams under the
Two distinct funding streams, but I understand that the second one doesn't really cover the cost of administrating the grant. It's not like we're going to get money to cover we can backfill you.
Yeah.
I have a hunch that it's probably not possible. In the report, there's an asterisk under the proposed activities for the 25,000, and administrative expenses and legal fees are not included in that. So this would be an administrative role, really. I think it would be probably more efficient to have a staff person working who knows all of the connections to other departments in the district, because it is going to be a bit of a coordinating role with building and engineering when it goes through that approval process. I suspect that having somebody inside rather than having somebody hired and then you still have to manage that person, I think it's probably more efficient to do it by staff.
Mayor Elliott, and no disrespect to Sarah and the conversations that she's had with the Sea to Sky individual that managed the project, but I just want to caution council that 3 to 5 hours per week is probably conservative. It's 20% of someone's job. Sorry, it's late. I'm not very eloquent right now, but I don't want us to be overly optimistic, and I know that planning has indicated, the sign bylaw, the boulevard maintenance bylaw would sit to the side. I think that there will be more that will not get done. It's not a matter of distributing work, it's putting it aside for the period of time that this project will be ongoing. And I'm not trying to squash it, I'm just trying to be realistic about the cost of this from other projects.
Thank you. Other questions, Councillor Race?
Thank you. But just to the mayor's point about going out for an EOI, maybe I misheard, but I understood in your presentation that Sea to Sky Community Services would be part of our grant application. Would they be named in the grant application?
Correct, Mayor, through you, the intention is to highlight Sea to Sky Community Services as a partner out of the gate in the grant application.
So later to go on, it's just, we couldn't change, really. We were locked in at that point.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we would be, by not naming the operator, if that, the grant application says, highlight if you have identified a nonprofit childcare operator, but it assumes that, it doesn't assume necessarily that a local government has gone out and confirmed a childcare operator at the time of grant application. So we could or don't have to name the operator within the grant at the outset. Our intention, as proposed, was to name Sea to Sky Community Services as the partner.
Yeah, but I kind of got the impression that that was one of the strengths of the grant application, actually, just because of their record and strength in the community. And so to pull them out of the grant by name maybe is not as good.
As mentioned, in speaking with the funder, partnerships are highly supported in these grant applications, so they are looking to see collaboration, coordination at the community level as well.
Yeah, and I think my comment would be, to the mayor's point, we do generally want to go out to a wider community. We'd have to have a rationale for not doing that and sole sourcing it. That I take would be the rationale, would strengthen the grant.
Councillor Pedengale, Councillor Stoner.
So as part of your presentation, I think you outlined the significant need we have in terms of childcare. So if we didn't put staffing resources into this particular project to be successful, am I out of line thinking that if we didn't have some similar level of staff resourcing, we might continue to struggle with that need? Is that staff investment of some sort necessary to deal with the broader need?
Just pausing for a moment to consider that.
Maybe while you're considering, I'll get a motion to extend, because I don't think we're going to be done in 3 minutes. Moved by Councillor French. Reluctantly seconded by Councillor Anderson. So early in our term. It's disappointing. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
It's late, sorry. The question, just to repeat your question, was about whether or not if we don't allocate staff resources and go for the grant, what is the outcome of? What is the anticipated outcome? Are we going to be further behind? That's essentially what you're asking. We already have a deficit in childcare spaces within the community, and there is a big gap in terms of there's not a lot of coordination that's happening within the community. So the childcare action planning grant, in that convening of partners to try and figure out, including school district, including Vancouver Coastal Health and all the childcare operators and providers, there is very large benefit in that level of coordination and collaboration. So the grant was seen as a positive way to fill that gap. The market, as we know, is not supplying childcare spaces to the extent that are needed to fulfill the current need and then projected growth. We need to make up for, as a community, we need to make up for sort of lost. There have been losses in spaces as well that haven't been replaced. there are other opportunities. There are childcare operators that are bringing new proposals forward in residential childcare facilities and commercial facilities as well. But this is a way that we can accelerate space creation using the big funding pot that the province and federal government have put in place.
Just to clarify, is this the final year of funding through UBCM, and do they have another intake for granting throughout the year, or is it just an annual intake if there is subsequent years?
The UBCM funding, this federal provincial, it's based on a Canada-BC early years agreement. It's a large sort of 3-year commitment through budget 2018 as part of that sort of larger childcare plan for BC. And so the new spaces fund has an open intake that continues sort of beyond 2019, I believe. The UBCM funding, however, I don't know that there's an additional, there will be an additional call. There's a deadline this January, but I'm not aware of another call.
Any other questions? You mentioned in your presentation the funding was for 3 years, but this is the only, but you think it's only a 1 year?
The funding announcement, like the funding agreement started in 2017. And so my understanding is that the funding envelope that's supporting new space creation, the funding was coming forward in 2017, 2018, 2019.
Council? There's no more questions? We have a motion with the recommended edits.
Yes.
Seconded by Council Race. Comments?
Yeah, we need these spaces, and we need them fast. And I think that this is a situation where going directly to Sea to Sky Community Services as the partner is the best direction.
Council Race, any comments?
Yeah, and I guess I have a bit of an advantage in the sense that I've been hearing about this now for one form or another for the last half dozen years in presentations to council, and I recognize there are some challenges with this in terms of time allocation and so forth, but I think this is just something we have to do, and I also would go with Sea to Sky Community Services. I take the point that we do want to generally go wider. From my perspective, they are, from the presentation, they are a key part of this application. And if we went with just some blank in the application as opposed to somebody with a real record, it may be prejudicial to our chances of getting those funds. So I think that for me is a rationale for sole sourcing this to that extent. But I think we just have to stretch for it, I guess is the simple answer, and go for it. There's certainly a need. I don't think there's any debate about that. It's just a matter of how we fill it. And my only question coming out of it, and I don't expect you to answer today, is how do we get the other half of the units we thought we might get with this? So where do we go elsewhere? So another discussion another day, but certainly support this one.
Councilor
I'm happy to support this. I feel the working with, well, I guess making our application as strong as possible is the goal of any, to get the funding. And the way it's structured currently, I believe is the strongest way, and there is an immense need. And even at this rate, we're below our projected a year need, so we need to execute this one, move on to the and move on to the next one, which hopefully comes to us through different channels, but I'm happy to support this one, and I hope we're successful if it's needed.
Councilor Pena?
I'll be supporting this. I am having some trouble wrapping my head around why, given the need and that this is a largely provincial responsibility, why we're needing to go through a grant process such as this to meet some of our need, but I don't have better answers at this point, and there are a lot of things I do like about the proposal, so I don't suppose.
Certainly, I was at UBCM and went to this presentation, and they stood out the door when we all left, handing out their cards saying, we have $1 million to give you, just give us a project. So I know they're keen to get spaces built. It's an election promise. I am fundamentally uncomfortable that we are leaving this enough. I think, like our housing projects, they should be led by a community partner. So under one roof, we provide land, we provide in-kind support, but this isn't our responsibility. I don't think childcare is a municipal's. I think we provide space for it. I think we plan for it. I think we provide in-kind ways to make it happen. We secure it so that people can run it. But I'm uncomfortable actually giving up our projects. I think, to me, the $25,000 grant ask says that this person would be responsible for advancing plans and actions to meet targets, and I think that would cover the role of managing this project. I think our internal staff are alive to the importance of this in the same way that they're alive to getting under one roof built in a timely manner. So to me, I think it should go to EOI. I don't, the next project, we can't just choose a partner. I don't think that's fair or transparent. Despite the reputation of Sea to Sky, I'm not questioning that at all. But I think we have an obligation to be transparent in our process. So I still think we should try under that $25,000 grant to at least ask the question and find ways to reduce the time commitment that we have. This is happening on SD 48 land. This is going to be operated by Sea to Sky Community Services. And I'm not sure why we have to shoulder all of that project management on behalf of those partners because they all benefit. So I'll support it because we need the spaces, but I would not want to see this model come forward in the same way again. So whatever work gets done with the working group, I think needs to find a better model. I always believe that our job is to facilitate and not to lead on issues that are a senior government's responsibility. Any other comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We have one correspondence for action, and that is that Council proclaimed February 1st to 7th, 2019 as the United Nations World Interfaith Harmony Week in the District of Squamish. Moved by Councilor Stoner, seconded by Councilor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We have correspondence, and unless someone wants to pull a letter, I'll take a motion to receive. Does anybody want to pull anything? No. Councilor Race? Oh my gosh. All right. People, it's 10:07.
I'll be quick.
Okay, just give me the number.
Number 8.
Number 8. Councilor Herford?
Same motion.
Okay. Number 8.
Pretty minus thing I like.
There's another ending to that. Councilor Stoner, you were number 8 as well? Okay, Councilor Pega.
1, 2, and 7, but I can deal with them together.
2 and 7. Okay. I will go with the Hereford Race Stoner hat trick here on letter 8.
It's just simply to refer to staff recommendation, refer to staff.
For the staff, for budget, for whatever?
Consideration and possible recommendation back to council.
Okay. Is that all right? I'm looking at Hereford and Stoner.
Yeah, I suppose to staff to see, this is a new development and they have a park that doesn't have any, it's really just canvas, and I'm wondering if that is all that was asked for at the time, or if those commitments have been really met, or if this is something we need to consider at budgeting time as we look to enhance and current parking structure.
Okay, so we'll refer it to staff and get some answers back. Moved by Councillor Ray, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Pettengill, letters 1 to 7.
So these are all related to climate change. I do have some differences of opinion with Mr. Petford, but I thought that at the same topic, so I wanted to highlight them all. And I was reading through these as I'm listening to the news out in Stoughton. It's something I've been following for quite a while and been feeling quite distressed about the news coming out of there. I think what's going on there says a lot about our provincial commitment to dealing seriously with climate change and reconciliation. I have some concerns about publicly funded police resources, how they are working towards or against climate change and reconciliation. There's maybe not much that I can do personally here from Squamish other than offer my personal concern and thoughts. But going into budget, it is highlighting for me the importance of thinking about, for locally funded RCMP, what sorts of things are they focusing on and are they paying attention to reconciliation, that sort of thing. So those are just some things I've been looking at, especially as I've read those letters.
Thank you. Letter 6 is the LGMA commemorative tree planting. I don't know if our CAO wants to speak to that initiative.
Yeah, basically it's an opportunity for the district to endorse planting a tree on behalf of the government to celebrate. So we could
It's to celebrate people who work in local government, not politicians, but our staff.
Yeah.
Would a motion to refer to staff be appropriate for this?
Yep.
So with that.
Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Race. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Motion to receive the rest of the letters. Moved by Councillor Race, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We have some minutes to approve, so what I'm going to do is get council to do one motion to approve committee of the whole from December 11th, special business meeting from December 18th, the regular business meeting from December 18th, and then I'll go back and do the recommendations. So motion to approve those minutes. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Pettengill. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We have a recommendation from December 11th Committee of the Whole that the District of Squamish appoint Mayor Elliott to the Community Forest Board and that the District of Squamish appoint Councillors Herford and Councillor Stoner to the Community Forest Board. Moved by Councillor Race, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Then the second one is that the District of Squamish submitted a letter to the Environmental Assessment Office that in no way endorses the Garibaldi Squamish project but provides no objection to the request for extension for the fulfillment of their environmental assessment certificate conditions. Moved by Councillor Race, seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I know there is a motion to terminate here, but before I do, I should have amended the agenda just to give a bit. I assume there'd be a bit of a mayor's update. It's not on here, but I'm taking one anyway. And that is Councillor Herford, Councillor Stoner, and I were part of the Eagle count on Sunday, and we just got the results today. Officially, 1,157 bald eagles were counted that day, which is more, I think, than people thought. And this is only the second time we've gone above 1,000 eagles since 2007. So that is important. Council and the community are all invited to the BAG this Saturday for the launch party of Brackendale, an art gallery in the woods, which is a documentary about Tor and the Brackendale Art Gallery. So that's at 8 o'clock. Admissions by donation if people want to go. That should be quite fun. The SLRD is holding a meeting this Saturday as well in the afternoon, talking about Upper Squamish Valley flood management. So this is like building on our integrated flood hazard management plan. This is the part for Area D for the Upper Squamish Valley. So if you're interested, it's out in the valley, 2:30 to 4:30 at the Queen of Peace. Also, I just want to acknowledge that we lost.
Just on that point, if you're interested in carpooling, shoot me an email.
Okay. Is that anybody in the community?
Only people that agree with me.
Right. Also, just before the holidays, the SLRD actually had a holiday party and celebrated 50 years of the SLRD in Squamish. We're allowed to put something in the time capsule to commemorate those 50 years, so put your thinking caps on. It's not getting sealed until the renovations are done at the SLRD offices, so I'm open to suggestions about what we should contribute. Lillooet raised the bar. They contributed a beautiful jade statue, so.
But it's not going in, so it doesn't count.
It'll be there. I think it's going to be a wall display rather than a capsule that gets buried. So anyway, we do need to contribute to that, so let me know if you have any ideas. Finally, I just want to acknowledge that we lost two important community members towards the end of this year, beginning of last year and beginning of this year, and that's Michael Lyons and Christopher McCrum. And the outpouring of community grief and celebrations of their lives has been strong, and so just wanted to acknowledge that it is a loss when folks like Michael and Christopher are lost, because they contribute so much to our community. And if there's counselors here that want to say a few words that knew them, I'm happy to. Councilor French.
Michael Lyons was my campaign manager, so particularly close to me, and he's a fellow who came into a room and his smile came first, and often made an impression, and he was always up for a political discussion with anybody who would engage with him. And I for sure will miss him, as will his wife Deb and Michelle. And a celebration of his life is being planned, and if anybody wants to know more about that, I'll certainly share it privately. And Christopher McCrum was a little bit younger than me. He grew up on Highlands Way North and was a few blocks away on Braemar Drive North. Our growing up experience in the Garibaldi Highlands was very similar, and then Chris was also a person whose smile entered a room first. And anybody who ever wanted to go on a backcountry winter adventure, Chris was the guy to have with you. His knowledge and his skill and expertise in the backcountry was second to none. And celebration of Chris's life is also being organized. Tentative date has been set. More information will be coming about that, and it will be public information when it's coming.
Thanks, Councilor French, for sharing that. Councilor Herford?
Yeah, Chris McCrum will be a legend, I think, around the corridor for years to come. I had the pleasure of going to school with Chris and going on Not Enough Adventures. Who's the driving force behind Squamish becoming the outdoor craft capital that we are, both through his involvement with SORCA and a lot of, actually every mountain biker or trail user in Squamish uses something Chris has built, I guarantee it, whether it's bridges to stairs to carefully stacked rocks. Despite all his hard work, he was always up for an adventure that would probably crack a normal human after a hard day of moving wood and stone and all the rest. So he leaves a huge void in the community, and I encourage everyone to get out and have a safe adventure. And think of Chris as you're out there.
Thank you, Councilor Herford. So with that, I'll have a motion to terminate. Moved by Councilor Stoner, seconded by Councilor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried.